Well, hello everybody and welcome to Croft for the first ever mini festival. However, this rain was not in the script, was it? Wow, what a weekend we've got coming up for you. We've got the Mini Challenge Trophy, we've got the Mini Challenge Club Sport. That's going to be settled this weekend as well. We've got the Formula Fords there, currently qualifying now as well, and we've got the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here. Look at these, how good do these look? Let's go around and see if we can chat to some of the drivers, shall we? In fact, sorry Darren, I know I should have gone around a little bit slower. Let's have a quick chat with Ollie Mortimer over here, shall we? Championship leader as well. Just checking pressures are all good, but this wasn't in the script, this weather, was it, Ollie?
No, my mum checked the weather forecast about 2 weeks ago and it was looking really nice, and then obviously maybe a bit apprehensive with checking it, but it's we're used to these sort of conditions, so it's no problem to us, hopefully. So.
How was it during qualifying? Because very greasy when you guys are out this morning. Mind you, it's going to be similar for the race, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying before we came down to the holding area. The conditions are very similar to qualifying, so you know, we did well in qualifying, so I don't see it being an issue unless it starts absolutely hammering it down. So
now this is the penultimate round of the season, of course. Things have been going well for you.
Yeah, the season started off, we won it last year, and then we thought we'd come back again and try it again for one more year, and then it didn't start off great. We had a few punctures and track limits and penalties and stuff, so we were fourth at one point, and then we managed to get a really good haul of points like mid-season, and it's went really well since then. So we've got, like you say, we've got Croft today and then Knockhill in October, so we just, listen, I'm not going to do anything too drastic. I just want to get podium and just try and get this championship one.
Well, this is actually your away day, isn't it? Because you go to Knockhill 4 times in a season. It must be quite nice to come south of the border.
It is, but we've had Anglesey as well, and we've also had Ireland. So we were at Kirkstown. So that, you know what, for a Scottish championship, it's nice to get away from Knockhill. Although I love Knockhill and it's a brilliant track, but it's great to get away, to other parts of the country as well with the family and stuff.
So man, Ollie, well, thanks for coming down south. We really do appreciate it. North for the rest of us in England anyway up here, but thank you anyway. Really appreciate it. Good luck for the race as well. Let's move around a little bit. We've got a little bit of time. You can see the cars. We are running ahead of schedule, by the way, as well. If you're watching at BARC TV and you've looked at the schedule, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, so just bear that in mind if you've got somebody racing and you want to show them a little bit of support. Remember, the live chat is open as well at BARC TV on YouTube. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. We've got Michael here. Let's have a quick chat with Michael. Michael, wet weather. This is the norm, isn't it, for you guys?
Yeah, up in Knockhill it's always raining.
Look, you go to Knockhill a lot. I was just chatting to Ollie about that. It must be nice to come to a different circuit down here at Croft.
Yeah, well, especially for me, I'm quite new, so everyone else here is quite experienced in Knockhill, so to come somewhere else different, it gives me a chance to be higher up the grid.
Absolutely. Look, tell us about your season. How's it gone for you?
It's all right. It's only my second year racing cars, so doing okay. Third in the rookie, but come here and qualifying fourth, it's not what I expected, so really happy with it and hoping to have a good race.
So second season of racing. Have you caught a bug now? Are you going to be racing for the next 50, 60 years?
Oh, big time. If I can find the money.
If I can find the money. There you go. Any sponsors? Give Michael a shout. Tom, man, thanks for talking to us, Michael. Do appreciate it. Let's keep moving around, shall we? Look at this. You are working hard. You are working really hard. Let's keep moving around, shall we? I wanted to have a quick chat with Ian Munro over here in the yellow car. Let's just jump in with him. My namesake, Ian, as well. Ian, how's it going? Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. It's good to see you again, Ian. How's the season gone for you?
Yeah, no, it's been all right. I've been kind of consistent, and we've sort of been thereabouts most of the time.
Yeah.
So no, it's been going well. Qualifying went all right. I think I was fastest most of the way through, but then I slowed down a wee bit at the end. Not on purpose.
Look, Croft, it's quite a unique challenge, isn't it? Where's the big opportunities? We know obviously about the hairpin, but you come in that from a tight right-hander, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure yet. I would say probably in that sunny out, probably around there as well.
Yeah.
But I think I was still figuring that out myself as well. So.
Top man.
Yeah, all right.
Well, look, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for pulling that aside as well so we can actually have a word. Let's just move around a little bit. We are going to go racing. What a beautiful sight this is. Rain at the minute though, so hopefully it's going to dry up throughout the course of the day. This weekend, by the way, as you know, I like to do a few fun features. We've got some great stuff coming up for you, especially in the lunch break as well. So we've got one race, then we go straight into the lunch break, but we're going to do a little challenge where we're going to see how many race drivers can we fit in a Mini. You're not going to want to miss that. You won't have to. We're going to be live for it. And tomorrow I am going up toe to toe against the safety car on foot. It is manpower versus horsepower. That's tomorrow. You won't, don't miss any of the action. I'll probably pull a hamstring or something tonight and have to pull out of that one. But no, we will do it. Let's keep going and one last chat. I think we've just got time to have a quick chat. Here we go. Right, conditions. This is going to be fun, isn't it?
Hopefully we'll see how it prevails. Hopefully we've got a dry track this time, so yeah, should be fun.
What do you make of Croft?
It's good, a good circuit. It's the first time I've raced here, so yeah,
so it's been a bit of a learning curve. Did you do a practice day yesterday?
Yes, we done practice yesterday. We're getting good times, but then this morning went out. That was the first day going out with the wet.
Yeah.
So obviously just had to learn the track a wee bit different there.
yeah, there you go. Baptism of fire here. Thank you very much here at Croft. 3 races in total for the Scottish Minis. This is going to be great. Penultimate meeting of the season. As we said before, they do go back to Knock Hill later on as well. The cars are just revving up a little bit. Let's just have a quick chat over here with the 333 car. Right, almost time to get going here. How are we feeling?
A little bit nervous, but ready to go.
Slightly. It's nice of you guys to come down south because I know you go to Knock Hill quite a lot, don't you? I know you've been over to Ireland. You guys travel, don't you?
Yeah, we're going national now, so Scotland, England, Wales.
We'll have to call it the UK. We can't call it the Scottish Mini Cup anymore. Look, Knock Hill, I guess that's a favourite of yours, is it?
Yeah, that's obviously our home track, so we're quickest there.
Do you prefer going clockwise or anti-clockwise?
I actually prefer anti-clockwise.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why is that?
It just feels better to me. Feels better, but it's awesome both ways.
Yeah. Never been. I've never actually been. Little confession. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's get ourselves to the front, shall we? Cars are about to go out on track. In fact, come over here. Sorry, Darren. I said I'd go slow, didn't I? I'm really sorry, mate. You see that safety car there? Out on track. That is the car that I'm going to be racing on foot tomorrow. It's over a short distance, of course. Ashley Gregory is going to be piloting that car tomorrow, so I'm going toe-to-toe with that car tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss that. You won't have to as well. Don't forget, if you are watching with the BARC, let me move around because it's not a great view here, so we're just looking at a fence. Don't forget, do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. The live chat is open. If you've got a comment, you've got something to say, we want to hear it. We do check out the comments as well. I know James is on commentary today. He'll read some out. So if you've got a friend or family member racing today, you want to give him a shout out, do. The whistle's gone. It's time to go racing. I'm going to hand over as commentator to James to take you through the action. It's going to be an absolute corker. Enjoy it.
Well, hello everyone and welcome to the racing action here this weekend at Croft. I'm very sorry it can't be a warmer welcome than it is because, well, look up at the sky, look how great it looks. It could be raining at any second now, but we won't allow that rain on our parade, especially with all of Ian's exciting features coming up this weekend. I'm really looking forward to that race and how it's going to pan out between himself, man versus machine, Ian versus a Mini. You don't want to miss it, and you don't want to miss any of this racing here this weekend. Let's take a look at how the racing is actually going to line up as well, how that's going to unfold here today. So we're starting off, as you see, with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Following that is the Mighty Minis, and then the first Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport race is straight afterwards, race number 3 of the day. Then we've got the Heroes of FF 1600 Sprint Cup, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Then we have our second Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race of the day, our second Mini Challenge race of the day, and our second Heroes of FF 1600 race of the day. Now, bear in mind, as Ian's already mentioned in the build-up, I will reiterate the point again. We are running ahead of schedule currently, so touch lots of tabletops, touch lots of wood, because hopefully that stays the way going forwards, and hopefully we will be able to get this racing out nice and quickly for you all to enjoy throughout the day. But obviously those timings are subject to change, so please ignore the ones that you see on the screens in front of you right now, as they are likely to change and could change throughout the day. But a massive welcome to you all here joining us on coverage live from Croft, and you can see the Scottish Mini Coopers lining up there on the start-finish straight. Now let's take a look at how these Mini Coopers are lining up. Here is their grid. And lining up on row 1 is Dan Munro and Mark Rideau. Sorry about that, apologies. It said Hyundai Coupes on that. Those aren't Scottish Mini Coopers. We'll get the grid to you in just a second, don't worry, but I can confirm it's Craig Blake and Ross Wilkinson on the front row. There you are, just there for you. Craig Blake and Ross Wilkinson. Jamie Blake and Rich Flett on row 2. They'll be the guys at the very front of this pack. Ollie Mortimer and Chad Little start the second stage of this pack from row 4, and Stuart McFadden and Michael Williams line up just behind them on row 5. On row 6, you've got Ian Munro and Daniel Patterson, with Jason Ballantyne and Jack Irvine just behind them, keeping them company. Jensen Bell and Jacob Heap are on row 8, and on row 9, we've got Robbie Dalgleish and Barry Holmes alongside each other. And at the back of this second page of competitors on row 10, you've got Ross Foster and Blair Dryberg. And rounding the minis off at the very, very back, third page, here we go, here it comes. Martin Waitunga, Jonathan Wild, Ewan Robertson and Curtis Patterson are all there in our final 2 rows of this packed Scottish Mini Cooper Cup grid. So, without further ado, let's get ready to go racing here at Croft. You can see the minis are lined up there on the grid, and on the left-hand side of your screen as well is the number 95 of Craig Blake on pole position, that coveted first place. And they'll use this lap to get some heat into those tyres, get used to the wind and the gales that might be blowing here at Croft. It's an interesting series, this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. It's recognised as one of the best single-make racing series in the UK, as you heard earlier on. It has gone national, it's not just limited to Scotland anymore. It's been a proving ground for many top drivers, including British Touring Car Championship stars Rory Butcher, Aidan Moffat and Chris Smiley. Close, hard and competitive racing is completely guaranteed in this championship, which provides an ideal stepping stone for drivers looking to move up the motorsport ladder. And as the drivers are taking their green flag lap for the first time this weekend, let me give you a reminder of how the format of this championship works. The championship, it takes its inspiration from the British Touring Car Championship in the way the races are formatted. So race 1's grid is set by a qualifying position, and we had the qualifying earlier. We've seen the results, you've seen the grid, that's how they'll line up. Race 2, however, is decided by the result of race 1. And race 3 is the interesting one. This is the wild card, drawn by a ballot with anywhere between the top 5 and top 8 cars completely reversed, and this whole format has proven to be highly effective in creating action-packed and unpredictable races. Now, it's also worth mentioning as well that only the 1.6 Mini Cooper model built between 2001 and 2006 are eligible in this series. The championship regulations are designed to ensure that cars are built to the same specification. They all use identical Yokohama tyres and run the same ECU, which puts even more emphasis on a driver's skill by keeping the car's performance as equal as possible and levelling the playing field as equal as possible, whilst providing us with a maximum entertainment as well. It's just fantastic, this entire championship. Now, you heard from him in the build-up as well. Ollie Mortimer, currently the championship leader. He's got a string of first-place finishes to his name, 7th in qualifying on the grid for this one. And close championship rival Daniel Patterson qualified 12th as well. So big opportunity for Craig Blake and Ross Wilkinson to really capitalise on their front row start and take maximum positions from this race. Get another really nice look at the cars once more. Just looking at the YouTube chat that Ian has obviously told me that I need to keep my eyes on, and I do agree with you, Tracy. What a gem this is. What an absolute treat it is to find Scottish Mini Cooper Cup racing on YouTube for you to watch this weekend. And here they are, lined up on the grid for the first time. For the first race this weekend, the wiper blades are going because the rain is falling, but the racing is about to fall upon us as well here at Croft. We are ready to go. We are 5 seconds out from racing here at Croft. Here we go. Here's the 15-minute clock we are ready for racing, and we're away. It's an awful start from Craig Blake. Jamie Blake nearly went into the back of him, the number 97 there on the left-hand side of the screen. And as they disappear out of view and down towards the first turn, it's really neck and neck between Blake and Wilkinson up front, because Jamie Blake's start in his red Mini Cooper was completely held out by the lack of concentration from Craig Blake. And despite it being a slightly poor start from the 95, Ross Wilkinson wasn't able to capitalise and instead has to slot in behind him there. My goodness, what an interesting first start this weekend we've had at Croft. And there you go, confirmation, the number 95. Somehow Craig Blake has been able to keep his position. Jamie Blake will be gutted that there wasn't more space to try and go around him at the start. He definitely had the better reaction and definitely got the better getaway, but he wasn't able to convert that into taking the lead of this race as well. Here we go. We await them to arrive. And they do so now, coming through the Jim Clark S's. Let's make sure that everyone gets through there nice and cleanly. A little bit of sideways action going through that first section as well. Looked like it was Jason Ballantyne getting a little bit out of shape, but we will stay with the front runners in Blake and Wilkinson, and Jamie Blake as well seems to have fallen back. He's lost quite a few spaces. So after what looked like to be a promising start from the number 97 red Mini. Oh, we've got a lot of people going off, and we've got a red Mini and a yellow Mini that's gone way off the screens to our right there. I think that's, oh my goodness, I couldn't even see the number. I believe that's Martin Waitunga, who might have gone off there on the right-hand side of your pictures, and still holding on to this lead at the moment. Ross Wilkinson having to go defensive now on Chad Little. Little's nice to the inside, and Little looks as though he's going to take second place, and he does. Slots in really nicely there, coming on to the pit straight. And Chad Little is starting his charge through the grids now. Here we go, a nice cleanish lap of racing to begin us here at Croft this weekend. And Little is really on a mission there. He has dropped back, unfortunately for him, though. Jamie Blake fighting back with all of his might in that brilliant red Mini. I mean, I'm going to be slightly biased here, Jamie, because I did once have a red Mini myself, so I'll be watching you like a hawk, because it's actually really nice to see a red Mini racing around this circuit, and he is bearing down on the current race leader, Craig Blake. And Blake is going to have to go ultra defensive as we head down into the chicane sector, or out the chicane section, sorry, coming up towards Tower Bend off that long straight. We await for them to arrive as well. At the moment it is Jamie Blake that's fastest in Sector 1 as well, just bringing your attention to that as we watch them file through nice and neatly once more. The Minis really able to push themselves here. Fantastically well-built cars, because they've got such a wide body for such a small car as well, which means they can really push it through all of the corners. And at a fast track like this one here at Croft this weekend, it means that we are really going to be treated to some very close and very fast racing. It's fantastic to see and to be able to be witnessing. And you can see the yellow Mini that went off there earlier. I was in big off earlier on in this race as we join the leading pack once more, coming into that final hairpin turn. And Craig Blake still has the lead. He's been able to drive very well, very defensively, holding off Jamie Blake. But how long can they hold off Chad Little for? Because he is hunting them down. We're focusing here on the number 18 of Daniel Patterson, one of our main championship contenders, as he comes neatly through the first couple of turns. Coming around Hawthorne now, very nice and tidy, and there's a little bit of battle going on there just behind him as well between Stuart McFadden. It looks as though McFadden, he's going to have to go off the track in order to keep his car into one place, and unfortunately means he's going to fall back through the order. So not a great start to this lap for Stuart McFadden, but overall staying nice and clean. And there goes Munro in the yellow Mini, the distinct colour, flying off to the right hand side of your screen. And there of course you have Curtis Patterson bringing up the rear of this field, and here we go, flying through the S's once more. Really close racing now between Craig Blake and Jamie Blake respectively, both really pushing each other in this opening race here this weekend at Croft. And is that a look around the outside maybe from Jamie Blake? He's sticking to the left rear of Craig, but he's not able to get the move done. He's not able to make anything happen around the outside. Bit too optimistic from me, maybe, as a commentator. Just wishful thinking at this stage, but my goodness, the racing is still neck and neck between those two leaders as we watch the rest of the field fly their way through. Craig Blake, Jamie just behind him. It looks as though they're going to have to go quite defensive now as well, because they've got Ross Wilkinson for company alongside them. Wilkinson definitely staying in the hunt in his green Cooper, but perhaps just waiting for a chance to pounce where one of them might make a mistake. And here we go once again with Daniel Patterson on the right-hand side in the blue Mini. And it looks as though there's been a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a tap there by Jack Irvine, coming awfully close to the front of the number 91. But the main focus of this race is definitely Craig Blake and Jamie Blake flying out front with Ross Wilkinson for company. At the moment, Jamie Blake is the fastest car out on the circuit. 1:43 is the best lap posted so far. 1:43.2, I should say. There are many lapping in the 1:43s, and in the 1:44s, you've got Ballantyne as well, who's sort of leading that second pack in this race. Oh, and the move's been done. The move has been done by Jamie Blake on Craig Blake. Just as I was looking down at my timing screen, I shouldn't have taken my eyes off the racing for a single second, because the number 97, the bright red Cooper, has gone around Craig Blake and taken the lead of this race. We've got a particularly slow-moving Mini there in the back of the field as well. We've got to hope that everything's okay. Unfortunately for him, but there are the race leaders, the two Blakes. Blake squared going round the hairpin, that final turn onto the circuit, down onto the pit straight, and we will watch Jamie Blake cruise down, cruise forward with the leading number attached to his name at the moment. But Ross Wilkinson still sitting, still waiting for a chance to join in on the action, and with over 7 minutes still left in this race, there's plenty of time for him to make a chance race. Oh, well, here's something to keep your eye on. Oh, it's gone from our screen now, but we were taking a look at Craig Blake getting really close to Jamie Blake, just as Jamie had taken the lead from them. And as you can see there, a million Minis, it seems like, on this track with us at Croft. And there go the Blakes flying past our cameras and down through the chicanes now. Jamie keeping it nice and tidy, and Craig almost matching him for every single move through that section. Ross Wilkinson, as I said already, doing really well to stay with them. And a clear and obvious leader in the number 25, Chad Little, ahead of the rest in that second pack of cars racing on the circuit. Just looking out for the current position of our championship leader, the number 70, Mortimer, is currently running in 6th. Still a decent amount of championship points, and you can see him there on your screen, Ollie Mortimer. Currently leading that Scottish Mini Cooper Cup Championship with 265 points. It's a 55-point gap, the difference between him and Daniel Patterson in second. Larry's asking if we'll see any three-wheel action. You never know, Larry. As the conditions improve today, you know, hopefully the rain will start to hold off a little bit. Track conditions might improve and we might get a drier circuit, and the Minis will really, really go for it when the conditions are right. So I've got hope. And what's up, dudes, is definitely right. BARC is great. We love watching BARC racing, especially here at Croft this weekend in the lovely Mini Showcase. There go the Blakes filing through the turns once again, pretty much identical to one another. And Craig is all over the back of Jamie right now. This is fantastic. Ross Wilkinson currently in the best seat in the house watching these two go at each other, to be honest, and the rest of you at home have got a pretty good view of it too. Chad Little once more still leading that class of the best of the rest. Jason Ballantyne just in behind him. Jamie now establishing a bit of a lead actually over Craig. There's that small gap, about a Mini's length between the two of them, which I know doesn't sound like much out of context, but in the context of Mini racing, that is a car length. So he is pulling out a slight lead. You can see there, nearly 3/10 on the timing screen up the top. And it's now Craig Blake who with the slipstream of Jamie is the fastest car out there right now. 1:38.1 set by him to give him the fastest lap of the race so far. Oh, was that a look down the inside by Craig? It looked as though he was going to do it. Instead, he thought about maybe taking an outside line, but no, he's desperately looking for a chance. There's the three-wheel action we were looking for, throwing it desperately round the outside, but it doesn't seem as though it's worked because he's now got more than a mini's length between first and second. Has Jamie Blake. He's kept it tidy, he's kept it clean, he's concentrated on his own race, and because of that risky manoeuvre and potential mistake there from Craig Blake, he's given up the advantage that he had on closing down on our race leader. But fantastic stuff to get the weekend kicked off here. Just been sent a message as well saying I need to start shouting go, go, go like Murray Walker. Unfortunately, I can't keep stealing everyone else's catchphrases. I've got to come up with my own one day at the end of it. Here we go, some tight racing going down into turn one as well. It looks as though it might come off. Oh, super close stuff. Jason Ballantyne managing to keep a hold of his current track position ahead of the number 91, who I haven't got on the grid sheet in front of me, unfortunately, so I can't name them. So I'll allow the YouTube chat to do that for me, as I'm sure it will be someone's uncle's, cousin's, sister's, neighbour. And we can see the rest of this mini field filing through. Brilliant to see so many cars still in action here at Croft. Not many have ducked out of this race. It looks as though we've just got 2 retirements so far. And again, this second packer starting to really bunch up as we head into the closing few minutes of this first race here at Croft. Only a couple of seconds separating what is essentially 4th to 12th. And that is the beauty of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. And there is Patterson, one of our big championship contenders, and alongside him, the championship leader, Ollie Mortimer, forcing him to go nice and wide and take some of the grass with him as well. Daniel Patterson fighting to stay in there, trying to keep that inside line to force Mortimer around the outside. Let's see where they come out in front of our cameras, who has still got the advantage on the track and who's still got the advantage in terms of the overall championship. Well, we've got that pack that they're a part of on the straight, and it's Ollie Mortimer that is still ahead of Daniel Patterson, and Patterson is going to be at risk here from cars coming from behind because he's providing them with a slipstream now. Ian Munro going for a diving move on the pit straight as well. Keep your eyes on that, on the yellow Mini that might suddenly shoot into shot. There is Patterson almost giving us some three-wheel action. As I said already, as this track dries up, as the track evolves, as rubber is laid down, as dryness starts to descend on it after the rain, Munro has got his move done as well, so great work there from Ian Munro going into the first corner, getting his move done. You can see there in the background he's got ahead of the car he was challenging as well. And Daniel Patterson, he's going to have the championship playing on his mind right now, because that is a fight that he did not want to give up against Ollie Mortimer, and he's now slipped into the clutches of Stuart McFadden, and McFadden started much further up than he currently is right now. He started 9th in this race, he slipped down to 10th. Not a huge loss, but he will want to make up for it, because I can assure you this is a very competitive grid of racing drivers, as is every series of motor racing. McFadden has also got Jacob Heap for company. Heap started in 16th and he's worked his way up to 11th, so that's fantastic work from the Cooper driver. There you go. Another good shot actually to give you an idea of the conditions here at Croft. It's damp, it's grey, it's a bit misty and foggy, it's a bit miserable, but that's not miserable. The fact that Jamie and Craig Blake are still neck and neck with each other practically, and Craig has gone quicker again, lapping in the 136s. This is fantastic from those two. They seem to be in a league of their own on this circuit. As more three-wheel action comes in from Jamie Blake, so I really hope everyone's enjoying watching this at home, especially Larry, who was hoping for some three-wheel action. Also outlining for us just how much sport there is this weekend to watch, and you got to love these weekends when it is in sports season, and there is just so much to enjoy on the weekends, and what a way to get it started off than with this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup here today. Here we go, Craig Blake looking down the inside of Jamie Blake, but thinking twice once more. He's looked for that move so much in this race, and this really is the last lap. This is the last chance to try it. I'm told that many drivers have their own stop clocks and countdown clocks inside their cars in order to help them figure out how long they've got left in this race and how many laps of racing they've got left. And I think we're going to have the checkered flag come out. Someone's head is nicely in the way for me, and there is the checkered flag. Jamie Blake takes victory in this first race. Craig Blake just behind him. Ross Wilkinson is currently in third, and he will take the final podium place if he can safely negotiate his way around. But the racing is still very much far from over as we look further down the grid as well. Jack Irvine has got a lot of people for company going into that final hairpin. It looks as though he's giving it all three wheels, all three-wheel action here. And the number 22, Jason Ballantyne, is right alongside him. This is going to be neck and neck to the line. Oh, fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff from the Mini Cooper field. This is a brilliant way to start off the weekend's racing. Lots of position changes on the last lap, so keep your eyes on the left-hand side of your screen to be able to see exactly how that is unfolding. My goodness, what a first race we've just been treated to. And there you go. Jamie Blake and Craig Blake in a class of their own, in a league of their own, it must be said, in that race. A hefty gap between them and the drivers behind them. 20 seconds was the gap in the end. And there you have it, confirmation of the finishing pack. Jamie Blake and Craig Blake, as I've said, not Craig, in a league of their own. Ross Wilkinson just behind them, but with that 20-second gap to his name as well. Chad Liddell, the best of the rest in that second pack of racing. Jack Irvine and Jason Ballantyne right behind them, racing all the way to the checkered flag onto the final pit straight. It was whoever had the better run out of that final hairpin turn, essentially. And I can also confirm that Craig Blake got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:36.5 that was set on lap 9. My goodness, what an absolute dream that was to watch. A brilliant way for us to get started this weekend. So there you go. Really nice that there's some good luck messages in the chat here as well. Good luck to the Mighty Minis and also to Lee Campbell and Zach Blackwell in the Coopers. That's from CC Sim Racing. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Martin asking us how long until race 2. Well, our timings are a bit everywhere, Martin. I won't lie to you. I'm not going to beat around the bush. But just stick with us. That's all I ask. It could be 10 minutes, it could be 20 minutes. It depends how we're looking. We are running ahead of schedule currently. So let's just bear that in mind as we go forward for the rest of the day. Look at the top of the tartan on that number 91. That's fantastic as well. Ian Munro's bright yellow Mini as well. An iconic colour on that track, one that you can't really miss. And one that I enjoyed watching. There are a couple of really good moves there from Ian Munro, so a big shout out to him. And now we're going to go down into the pits. We're going to join Ian. I hope you've caught your breath, sir. I hope you've been doing your stretching. You're not racing them yet, but I'm sure after that you're more than looking forward to it.
Oh, hello everybody, yeah, welcome down to BARC Fair, mate. Wasn't aware that you were coming straight down so quick. Here we go, Jamie Blake picking up the win there. First race of the day is done in difficult conditions as well. Let's grab a quick word of it because we've got Craig next to him as well. Let's bring it on. Craig, very quickly, little shake in the head there.
I'm too old for this.
He's not, he's really not. How was it?
Well, I mean, I'll have to get this off.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, what a race. That was a lot. We've got another race coming up for the Scottish Minis a little bit later as well. We will have a chat with some of the drivers ahead of that one as well. And Craig, yeah, you said you're too old for this. I don't believe that.
No, I've had this is my first round this year. So I've been out all year and I thought, you know what, let's come out for a wee play and, you know, see your beautiful face as well. So like last year.
Stop it.
And it's a little bit like deja vu because this happened last year. Yeah. Jamie first race win, me second race win. But see out there on slicks.
That puts a little bit of extra pressure on you for later now, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And hopefully the rain stays off. But see out there on slicks.
Yeah, it's just
no words. No words.
You enjoyed being back?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
it was good.
Top man, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've got to win race 2 though. Now, Jamie, we're just talking there, a bit of deja vu from last year, but once you got in the lead, no looking back, eh?
It was hard work because like the first few laps we had no tyre temperature in the tracks. Greasy and wet, and it's just drizzling.
It's just got really heavy now, hasn't it? It's just really started to get
so
heavy
it's like the back section is okay, but some of the corners there's no grip, and I lost it into the first bit, and the Coopers are passing us, but Craig was defending hard through that as well. And once I got past, I could start to try and get into a rhythm.
What was turn 1 like on the opening lap? Because everybody's hurtling towards it. Of course, track conditions are a little bit off. I was down at turn 1 as well. I felt like I better take a step back, but behind the wheel, it must be quite an experience.
Yeah, I wasn't really looking forward to turn 1 to be honest, but then Craig didn't get a good start, so I got a good start, and I had to slow down because he kind of was slow getting away. So I tried to go between the two of them, but they closed that, so I just had to kind of follow them through, and then I up sideways round that back corner there, and it was a good race.
Do you want a hat-trick of wins over him this weekend?
Hopefully.
He wants a hat-trick of wins over you, not going to let that happen.
I slipped in 20 quid. So.
Top man. Right, I was wondering if we could find Ross Ross Wilkinson. Here he is, coming home in third. Ross, let's have a quick chat. How was it for you?
Yeah, not bad. Yesterday was my first time driving here, so pretty happy to come in third.
Well, you've done pretty well then, haven't you? In fact, I don't know if you can show, Darren, on the steering wheel you have a map of the circuit taped to the steering wheel, so you're not sure which way to go.
Not to get lost, yeah, exactly.
Well, tricky conditions out there. What are we expecting later? Do you want it to dry up, or do you quite like it like this?
I don't know if it gets wetter. That's probably better. If it stays like this, kind of, wet or dry, I'm happy with. It's just that in between isn't really what I'm looking for.
Top man. Well, look, Ross, you definitely know your way around now. You can take that down for the race a little bit later. Right, we're going into the lunch break now. We're going to go get ourselves into position for a little bit of fun, so don't go too far. You're not going to miss any racing action, don't worry. As I said, we're going into the lunch break. We're going to get ourselves into position. I'm going to hand back to James, and when we come back, we're going to see how many people we can cram in a Mini. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ian. I mean, I'm incredibly excited to see how many racing drivers we can fit into a Mini. I can assure you I did not, under any circumstances, try that when I owned a Mini myself, and I can neither confirm nor deny how many people we can or cannot fit in a Mini. But we will find out later on this programme, so don't go anywhere. Stick with us, and I can also confirm that we are about to have our lunch break. We are about to enjoy some tea, some biscuits, some sandwiches. I believe our director Simon has prepared a buffet for us all, so we're going to go and enjoy that, and I hope you will stick with us. It will be about an hour or so in terms of the break of racing, but straight after our lunch break we will resume with racing, and we will have the mighty Minis bringing us the next round of racing action here at Croft. It was previously supposed to get started at 2 o'clock, but I would say to definitely come back and join us from about 1:30, because it could be starting at 20 to 2, not at 2 o'clock. But it can also be starting at 10 to 2. So just make sure you stay with us on this stream. Definitely be back with us by about 1:30, I would recommend. But in the meantime, enjoy your lunch, as I'm definitely about to enjoy mine. So take care and stay with us.
Working here last week on the supercar experience. It's one of the little Alpines, which is fantastic. But we're Minis this week, so very excited about that.
Celebrating the Mini, of course, this weekend. We've got 3 beautiful classic Minis which you brought along, showing us some outdoor handiwork. And well, I think we're going to be starting off with the J-turn versus spin.
Yes, David, the J-turn, it's the traditional move for a stunt driver or a bank robber. So yeah, we're going to demonstrate how you get out of a sticky situation between a couple of cars here, and obviously the louder these guys cheer, the smaller we make the gap between the car.
Right, yeah, so this is an what you call it, an anti-hijack technique.
So imagine you've just done the bank job, you've got $56 million in the boot, not that you would get that in a Mini. Get up to speed backwards, spin through 180 degrees, and hopefully stop before we hit something.
Well, Michael Caine did it with gold. He managed to get a load of gold.
You're probably safe just about there, I would say, David.
Right. Okay. The more you cheer, the smaller the gap. I think that was a practice run. Right, the louder you make a noise, the smaller the gap. Yeah. So, smaller. Yeah, smaller again. Yes, everybody, smaller. Yes, yeah, smaller. Now, Paul has actually just established a new world record, a Guinness World Record, just a couple of weeks ago, when parallel parked 5 cars in 1 minute, 1 second. That's quite a feat on the first attempt. But he had another attempt and he went 3 seconds quicker doing the same stunt. And he had a third attempt and went 5 seconds quicker. So well under a second, smaller, well under a minute, he parallel parked 5 cars. And that set a new Guinness World Record. But he's not going to perform that today. But he's certainly going to attempt to get through this smaller gap. Yes, that's getting good. That's getting very nicely close, isn't it? But I think we can go better than that. I'm sure we can go better than that. Big round of applause, please. Yes, of course.
We're going to move on while we're still looking. So we're going to do the J turn. Like I say, that's the one if you're on the bank job or the mother-in-law's on the wheel. Next one we're going to do is what we call the shopping space race, or the reverse parking. And yeah, this comes in handy in the supermarket. There's one final parking space left at Tesco's. This one normally gets in.
Right, okay, we'll come on to that. So we'll Paul. Paul's Guinness World Records. Over the time of his career, he has been 7 times British Motor Test champion. He's learned a lot of his skills, but he's also been stunt driver for both the BC Top Gear and the Fast and Furious films as well. Very popular stunt driver and always in demand.
Closer.
No wiper. Now Paul actually travels all over the world with his stunt display, and he's performed America, China, Australia, South Africa, Europe, and of course on the Top Gear Live as well. And he's also with Right, now I think, Paul, you're going to do the parallel parking now.
Yeah, this is one if you're learning to drive, anybody in the audience learning to drive, watch this carefully, because there's a 1 in 3 chance you get asked to do this on your driving test. So next time you're out with the instructor, he tells you to do the parallel park, this is what you do.
Now in the past, Paul has actually been a stunt double for Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel and Ant Deck. Yeah.
Closer. Ma, stop. Ma, there you go. Ma.
Well, you saw the white car, how close the red and blue one were to the white ones there. Probably just what? 18 inches, 2 foot in old money. There indeed.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. We're actually at the back of the pit lane. We've got the safety car here now. So we're going to have a little bit of fun. If we bring the camera round, we are going to try and see how many people we can cram into this car. Matt, if you just come over and have a quick chat with us. First of all, the safety car, thing of beauty, isn't it? What is it? How fast does it go?
So this is your standard, should I say. It doesn't look very standard.
It doesn't look standard.
But standard Mini John Cooper works. So this is what the JCW cars are based on. So this is just under 200 horsepower, so it's not as powerful as the race cars, but the racing engine is based on this one. As you can see, we've got the full body kit on, so it mimics what the race car is going to look like. And you see this at all the Tokyo events, leading the cars around when the safety car's needed. It's here this weekend because it's the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy round as part of the Mini Festival. This is closest you're going to get to being a race car for the road. It's obviously had a bit of work done to it underneath as well. But yeah, it's not quite as quick as a race car, but when Scott Stringfellow, for example, gets in on a Toke weekend, certainly does his best effort at trying to go as quick as they can.
Right, thank you so much, Matt. Now, we're going to try and cram as many of these drivers into this car as possible. You had a quick look, didn't you? What is the world record?
Well, the world record for the new shape Mini is 29.
29.
We haven't got 29 drivers on the grid this weekend.
We're not getting 29 in there.
I don't think it's going to be a problem. I can't say. I reckon.
What do you reckon?
I reckon if we can get into double figures, we're doing a good job.
Okay, right. What do you reckon watching this stream right now? Put a number in that live chat. How many people can we cram in? Right, let's get our first driver. Who wants to go first? Right, first driver in. And second. Go on. Our first. Yeah. But it has to close. The boot has to close. Right, we're going to start cramming people in here. So there we go. We've got. You could get a third in there. You can get in there. We get more in. Alex, you can get in there. Alex Solly's going to go in. So how many is this now? We've got 3. Now we've got 4 in the safety car. We've got more going in now as well. Oh my word, this is absolute chaos.
We can get one more in.
One more could go in, but it needs to be somebody who's really small. Right, how many have we got? I'm losing count. I'm absolutely losing count here. How many people can you fit in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy safety car? I'm not too sure how many we've got so far. 29 is the world record. Don't hurt yourselves, guys, though, will you? Don't, because you've got a race later. These are the race drivers as well. We've got James Black is actually behind the wheel. We've got the tallest driver. This man here is about 8 foot tall, so somehow he's trying to get in. The boot's got to shut. So how many? Alex, it's a bit nice and cosy in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
How many are in there now? How many got?
6.
Harry Hickson's going in as well. Don't hurt yourselves, guys. You've got a race later. How many have we got? How many are in here? How many have we got? How many are in here? How many? Right, we need to count. I need an official judge. How many have we got, Harry, in there? How many have we got? James? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's a minimum of 8.
8 so far. 9.
We've got to shut the door.
We've got to shut the door. We've got 9, we believe in. That's shut. That's shut. There you go, buddy. We've got 9, we think, in there. 9. Way, well done.
I think if Harvey Ryby hadn't disappeared somewhere, we'd have definitely had 10 because he's so small he'd fit in that boot.
I think that's a good number. I think 9 is a good number. How on earth is the world record 29?
Their drivers are obviously a lot smaller than ours are.
That was the horn. I think we'll let these guys out now. Guys, congratulations, well done. You haven't set a new world record, but well done anyway. Are you okay? You look a bit stuck there, James. Are you all right?
Yeah, dignity somewhat intact.
I don't think so, mate.
Yeah, I'm on the dash.
You're on the dash. Well done, guys. Well done. Thank you so much for giving that a go. There we go. Now, tomorrow as well, we've got more fun and games coming up for you. I am going toe-to-toe with this car, driven by Ashley Gregory over a short distance. It's going to be manpower versus horsepower. Can I get 5 metres before this car overtakes me? So pretty good stuff going. Let's have a quick chat, James.
Yes.
Well, What did you make of that experience? I bet you didn't expect you to be doing that this weekend.
No, it was a better performance than qualifying, but no, it was all good fun and safe. That's what all this is all about. You know, we all go racing but you know, it's all good to have fun. So
we always talk about on track, and that's great.
Yeah.
But we're in the lunch break in a minute. Let's talk about the atmosphere behind the scenes. I mean, I don't know if Darren, if we could just bring the camera around. Everybody's come out to watch. Everybody's having a good time, right?
Exactly. You know, I think you get so hung up, and it's so easy to think about, you know, racing, fastest laps, championship and stuff, but we're all doing this for fun, right? So yeah, every now and again you just let our hair down almost, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Top man, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend as well, shall we? Let's just move around. You want to do it again?
I reckon we can get more.
You really want to do it again? I mean, I don't have a problem. If you guys think you can do better,
I reckon we could easily get more in there.
Should we go for round 2? Let's go for round 2. We're going to go round 2, everybody. Anybody who wants to go, go. Let's start again. I want to do round 2. 9 is the record. Can they beat it? Here we go. Anybody who wants to, who's small and wants to have a go, come in. We need people. Right, we're going for round 2. I didn't think they'd be so keen to do this, but they're definitely up for it. I couldn't even count before how many there were, but we're going for round 2 again. A bit like Tetris this, isn't it? Try and fit in. And actually, look, we've got tactics going on now here. You seem to be directing everybody with tactics.
Always. Because otherwise they're gonna ram in the back. They've got a lot of space at the top, as Reese Hurd is showing you.
I think that we might get told off very soon by the circuit if we keep blowing that horn. James Black's now gone into the back. Be careful. There we go, they're in. Another one, okay. How many have we got in here?
Open the boot.
Oh, this is great. I thought they were shouting over the boot because somebody was hurt, but no. Harry Hictor just wanted to get in. How many's in there, guys? How many's in there? Have we got 10?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Someone's on the dash. 9. So we've got 9 again. So we haven't actually. We've just.
Where's Harvey?
I think we might get to it. Come on, we must get one more. Look, here we go. Look, we got 2 little ones coming up. They want to get in. Surely we can get one in. we could get one in. Surely. Yeah, I'm not so sure we've got insurance for that as well, so we better not do. Well done, guys. That was 9 again. You equalled it. Maybe you can have another go tomorrow if you think you can do it. There we go. Oh no, we got another. This is number 10. This is for the record, everybody. This is for the record.
And enjoy the rest of your week.
Look at it round. Look at his head. We've done it. That's 10. We've done it. It's a new record, everybody. It's nowhere near a world record, but it's a record for us here. Well done. Congratulations. Let's get you out. Are you okay? Let's get you out. Well done there. You contributed to the new record for the mini challenge.
We done it.
It's not a world record. Do you know what the world record is? 29.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Incredible. What experience that was, boys. I was, yes indeed.
Harry didn't even know she was in there. 10, well done. How do you feel? You were spread across the dashboard in the first one, weren't you?
Yeah.
Are you okay? You're also tall.
Knees a bit, yeah.
I should have got in actually.
You should have got in.
Maybe get 11.
You should have got Italian-sized racing drivers, not English-sized. You guys are too tall for this.
Yeah. Well done, anyway. Thank you so much for taking part. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend as well. There we go. That is our mini challenge as well. We really enjoyed that. That was an awful lot of fun, wasn't it? Right, we are going to go get ourselves down to position. We're going to head to the assembly area because we've got the next race coming up very soon. I know we're in lunch break, but they're going to be making their way to assembly. Let's go chat to some drivers. We'll see you very soon. I hope you enjoyed that. We've got more fun and games coming up throughout the course of the weekend. See you in a bit.
17 years old. Yeah. You got a bit miserable, didn't it, before? Well,
Josh, you've got something as well. 80 fucking pounds for a t-shirt. Your kids are 60 quid. Ain't you the piss? Bastard!
Well, this was my mentality. Like turbo shirts, like 50 quid. Something like free postage, obviously. Oh, by a cat. 41 pounds. That's how you ended up with the landlord or his throwing cat.
It's stupid. The whole ship was £20. The kids is like 90 quid, like, just gonna buy it like 15, so all the same, all the people are stupid. You're like £35 for that stuff. I don't know, being fucking 40 when I was
Get on to them.
I got one last year, 20 quid. It was a proper replica. Yeah. 20 quid, that's me. You couldn't tell me. We had a bottle of it side by side.
What a lights next to it, you can tell the difference. Either way. Any official nature?
When you go to teachers, black market by the way, take this off, ban of smoking, you're going to make a black mark, move now, ban smoking. Oh yeah. So when you go like Vietnam and that, you get knockoffs, you get cheap one, expensive one. Expensive card on.
But when you put it to the badges store, it's really but it's like the badge is a bit smaller. It's not as crisp, but yeah, there's a fucking cap for 7 quid.
You made a post.
He's got a Rolex watch.
To the school cut.
That sounds wrong.
Yeah. You get Manchester's t-shirt with Manchester.
Yeah.
Right, so there's two levels of fake, isn't it? The expensive fake or cheap fake. The expensive fake, you can't tell the difference. Unless you take it apart, like the watches and that, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah. There's always something.
Well, everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area. I hope you enjoyed that lunch break, by the way. How many people could we cram in a Mini? We did get to 10 in total. We certainly won't get 10 in one of these though, because now we have the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis as well. We've got the pole man, David Fitzpatrick here. Let's have a quick chat with you, David. How tall are you, first of all?
6'7".
6'7", and you're driving a Mini.
I thought I'd choose a car that's appropriate, you know, it's the right sort of size for me.
It's a wonderful car. Tell us about it. How long have you had it? And give us some stats and facts about it.
It's a bit like Trigger's broom, because the only original part of it, I think, is the rear view mirror, but I've been doing it for 25 years now.
Wow.
Same car, sort of,
yeah,
but not really, because, as I said, I think most of it's been replaced.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, they're good fun.
Now, of course, it's the first time you guys have been to Croft since 2020. Have you raced here since then?
Yeah, I managed to come off over there, Tower Corner, and I think
I'm sorry for bringing it up when you're just about to go on track as well.
Yeah, no, I had a CV break last time, so it wasn't great, but yeah, it's a good track. I like it here.
Well, you clearly do, because you put it on pole.
Yeah, I'm looking for a bit of rain to come in. That'd be nice. Yeah, I'd like that, but we'll see how it goes.
I bet these are a handful in the rain, aren't they? They're exciting to watch.
They're more fun. Yeah, it makes it a bit more fun. But yeah, they're good to drive. Yeah.
Top man, David. Thank you for talking to us. Don't worry about over there. This will be fine. No, don't worry. Right, let's keep going, shall we? And chat to some of the other drivers as we make our way through, shall we? And see how things are going. We've got John Jenkins over here. Let's have a quick chat with John, shall we? So, John, how are we doing? It's good to see you. How are you feeling?
Better than I did earlier. Yeah, it's nice to see it drying out.
Okay.
And
so you didn't like the greasy conditions earlier?
Well, that's the first time I ever raced in the wet. So yeah. So I did find it greasy in a couple of places.
Yeah.
And I did cut the grass in a couple of places, but
don't worry about that. Shh. No, nobody can hear it.
But we got round. So yeah, I'm glad to see it's drying out, and yeah, hopefully it'll stay dry through the race.
So we're expecting to see you come through the field a bit then in this one?
No, I'm very new. Okay. First season, so this is only fourth meeting.
How have you found it?
Yeah, I'm getting there. You know, I was off the pace to start with, but last couple of races I've been 3 or 4 from the back, so gradually sort of getting to grips, but my son is much quicker than me.
That might change, you never know. Had you done much racing before?
Never done it, no.
Never at all?
No, first time.
So why did you decide to go racing?
Well, James got into it 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
We got him into it, and we've loved all of the Mighty Minis family.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
How can you not as well? They're great.
Yeah, it's a great, and everyone's great in the paddock, and so we built this car in over the winter.
Wow.
We bought a shell and bought some bits, and me and James set to and built it. So and we featured in the Cooper Register. James writes for the Cooper Register, so we featured the build in there, and it started off as his racing journey, and it's now become father and son racing journey.
Brilliant.
But so it's been great, yeah. And it's, you know, what other parent would be doing something with a 21-year-old? You know, most 21-year-olds don't want to know their dad.
You do know, though, if you do ever beat him, that might cause a rift in the family.
Yeah, but look where he is. Look, there's about 10 cars between us, so there's no chance of that at the minute.
Look, John, thank you.
Great fun.
Thank you for coming out to play. We really appreciate it, and hope to see you on the grid for many more years to come as well. Let's keep moving down a little bit. So let's grab Stuart very quickly, shall we, as well, for a quick chat. How are you, Stuart? It's good to see you. You right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
Are you happy with qualifying?
No.
No, I like that. Straight to the point. No. Look, different conditions now, though.
I'm not good in the wet. I should be up the other end of the grid.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm hoping try and work my way through if it stays dry and see what I can do.
So you're the man to keep an eye on, are you saying, in this?
We can try.
Back yourself. Good man, John, man. Thanks, Stuart. And there you go. Watch out for this one. Number 8, going to come through the field. I might let's go actually have a quick chat over here with Steve Rideout, because we're not going to miss this one, are we? It also says, don't push here. Let's just grab Steve, just putting his helmet on there. How's it going? You all right?
I'm all right, mate. Good.
Good to see you again, and thank you for bringing this through. Sorry, I was getting in the way of the camera as well. Look, qualifying, you happy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Got to work for them, haven't I? Only 4 of them, but yeah.
This is the first time that you guys have been to Croft since 2020. Have you raced here since?
Yes. Not since 2020, no.
Okay.
So only then.
So what are we expecting then? What was it like? What was the big challenges around Croft?
At the top.
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah. It's a good circuit.
Everywhere it's not straight.
It's a horrible drive from south up to north, but
whereabouts south do you come from?
Bath.
Oh, that is long. I came from Berkshire, so yeah, it's a long way. 6 hours it took yesterday. So look, thanks for bringing this. So we never miss it, do we? So thank you. Cheers, Steve. Let's keep going. I think we've got a little bit of time yet as well. Shall we just keep on moving through and see who else we can find to have a little bit. In fact, let's chat, shall we, to James, because we've just been chatting to Dad, and let's. James, sorry, mate. Oh no, yeah, I always come at the worst possible time. I've just been chatting to Dad, and he says you are quick.
Yeah, it's a new track for me, so it's an interesting weekend, but should be hopefully good. I nearly managed to get pole, but me time was disallowed for track limits, which was fair enough. So hoping for a good race.
Very good of you to take it so well.
Yeah, it's just how I was not expecting anything because it's a new track, so it's fantastic to be up here at Croft with Mighty Minis and everything, and should hopefully be a good race.
What's it been like racing with your dad this year?
Fantastic. It's fantastic to build the car, which I'm sure you probably mentioned at the start of the season, and it's great for Dad and I to do it together and have this time together. It's something that I'll probably not ever get a chance to do again potentially, and try and do it as long as we can really, and Dad's really enjoying it, and he got the bug from when I've been racing for a couple of years, so it's just fantastic that he's enjoying it as well, and he's progressed a lot quicker as well, which is fantastic, so he's doing really well for his first season.
You're going to convince him to come out next season as well?
Definitely. We're going to get the cars back at Snetterton at the end of the year and see who's the quickest, I think.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us. I appreciate that. There you go, building memories for a lifetime. Right, I believe we have grids now. These cars are about to head out on track. This is going to be an absolute thrill. Just look around at these cars. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, James. He's going to take you through the grids and the action, and we'll be in Parc Fermé for the end of the race. Enjoy, everybody. It's going to be a cracker.
Thank you very much, Ian, and welcome back, everyone. We are back ready to watch another exhilarating race here live from Croft Circuit, and a big thank you for Ian taking us through the assembly area and talking to the drivers for us. Ian, I am very much looking forward to this race, and I can't wait to get your thoughts once it's finished as well. Let's take a look at the grid and how this race is going to shape up as a result. Well, on row one, it's David Kirkpatrick alongside Greg Jenkins and Nevin Kirkpatrick and Stephen Rideout in row two. Those first four cars are basically in a class of their own, hence why they've been put there towards the front for anyone that's new to this coverage of the Mighty Minis series, and indeed all of the Mini coverage this weekend. There's several classes in the same field, but we all throw them out together because it's just a lot of fun that way at the end of the day, and allows us to get as many people racing as possible. There we go. In the second pack, Sam Slater and Tao Butler leading the way on that second page. William Burnham, Graham Shepherd just behind them. James Jenkins, Ben Butler, Ahmed Sharabani and Trevor Peters just behind them respectively, and finishing off page two is Stuart Coombs and Morgan Bartley. And we've got one final page for us to look at. We have got John Jenkins and Chris Didcott rounding off the grids. Last but by no means least, those two will be looking to charge through from the very back. And I will remind you of what Stuart Coombs also said starting in 19th on this grid, that he doesn't like the wet, he's not very fast in the wet, but as you can see from the pictures in front of you, it's looking a little drier. Now, I'm not saying that it's exactly suntan weather, however, it is a lot drier than it was this morning. It'll be interesting to see who's coming out with the windscreen wipers going and who's going to come out ready to just, you know, go for it, full ham really. There are the cars making their way round to the starting grid now.
Race 2, and this will be a 20-minute race, a 20-minute race for the Mighty Minis.
So yeah, there you go, just watching them all file through. Here's something interesting for you as well though. Keep your eyes out, keep your eyes peeled for number 32, James Jenkins, who... the Mighty Minis Racing Facebook page, that they were on the front cover of a magazine. No, it wasn't Forbes, no, it wasn't GQ magazine either. It was Cooper World. They were on the front cover of Cooper World for the September 2024 issue. And there was a fantastic article in there about his father and himself building John's race car so as to join James on the grid. So we heard about it briefly in the build-up before this race, but if you want a more in-depth read of that story in full, then make sure you find yourself a copy of Cooper World and find yourself the right page and give it a read, and obviously give these amazing drivers the support that they deserve. There it is, the number 32. of James Jenkins. His car was the one on the front of that Cooper World magazine. And it's fantastic to see him here this weekend, and indeed here with his father, John, racing together on the same stage. Ben Butler there on your screen. It's going to be hard to miss him with that front grille. It'd be quite handy if we gave them all the same front grille with their names plastered all over the front of it. It certainly helped me out with my job. And a big welcome back to all of us who are joining the live stream as well. We are looking at the comments on the YouTube live stream. So yes, a big thank you for joining us. We are really grateful that you tuned in to spend some of your Saturday with us. We'll always be very grateful and thankful for that. And I really hope that you enjoy the racing that you're about to experience as well. That's obviously important too. We can see the cars have taken their final places on the grid. Interesting to note as well, Stephen Rideout, he'll be on the right-hand side of that second row right at the front. He's got his lock on all the way to the right. We are going to have a green flag lap, I'm being told by my director. So I'm sure he's not going to have that stance when we do go racing here at Croft. So I'm not sure if they are going to start the race like that. 30-second board has gone out. There you go. They are going to have a green flag lap. That will allow Stephen Rideout to correct himself, because you don't really want to start a race on opposite lock in a way. That would be slightly more difficult. And there we go, towards the back, John Jenkins in that number 64, the one that he's built with his son. It's a fantastic story. And as I say, the number 32 ended up on the front cover of Cooper World as well. And it's also a good chance actually to say a big thank you to everyone who is there at the circuit this weekend, and a big hello to anyone joining us. If you might be watching on a mobile phone, whether you've got me in your ears whilst you're watching the live racing in front of you, hello, thank you very much for tuning in as well. Or if you're perhaps on another part of the circuit and you're grabbing yourself a hot dog and a burger, I believe our director Simon put an order in for a hot dog with onions, if you remember correctly. But anyway, that's beside the point. He's had his lunch, or he should have had the buffet. And we are looking forward to what should be a really, really good example of racing. I love watching these classic minis go, because we obviously, people my age weren't treated to them back in their heydays, but it's an absolute treat that we still get to watch them go around even now, because they are beautiful little machines to watch race, and indeed just have still going on circuits like this up and down the calendar. And that's all thanks to the amazing organisation of the British Automobile Racing Club and all of the sub-championships alike. Versus Jenkins, another Kirkpatrick just behind him, and Rideout again. Those front four that we need to keep our eyes on, but equally keep your eyes on that second pack. Sam Slater and Tal Butler leading the way from that group, and they're going to have to hold off the advances of Will Burnham and Graham Shepherd in these opening exchanges. Here we go, the end of the green flag lap is upon us. We are getting ready now for some more racing here at Croft Circuit. And you can see there all of the cars taking their starting slots. Stephen Rideout slotting into his, a little bit far over to the right-hand side, and again angling those front wheels towards his right. So he's obviously looking to try and get an advancement on a move on Greg Jenkins potentially, or is he trying to track across to challenge Nevin Kirkpatrick right from the get-go? The 5-second board is out. We are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit.
Red lights are on. And
And we are racing at Croft. It's a fantastic start. Lots of wheel spin from Greg Jenkins, but David Kirkpatrick on pole has got the best start of the lot of them, and you can see him steaming down to the first turn as well. Nevin Kirkpatrick just behind him is going to dive down the inside now of Greg Jenkins. Can Jenkins hold him off? Jenkins is running awfully wide. He was nearly in the gravel. He's had to concede the position to Nevin Kirkpatrick, and Kirkpatrick goes from third into second. Greg Jenkins dropped back, and there's been a little bit of movement here from the rear of the field as well. Some bumping and some exchanging of positions as well. He's looking awfully close, but still nice and tidy through these first few corners as well. So they've made it through past Hawthorn and the chicane, and now they're heading up the first long straight of this circuit and the first race of the weekend for the Mighty Minis. And it's all going on at the front. They're still bumper to bumper with each other, and we're looking at a lovely move around the outside from the rear of the field. Butler has been able to jump up. Ben Butler's gone up about 2 spots so far at the moment. But let's watch the front runners as they come through here now. Nevin Kirkpatrick has taken the lead of this race from David Kirkpatrick. He's made 2 moves in this opening lap to see himself go from third to first before the first lap is even over. That's a fantastic start by the number 1 car. I guess he's sporting number 1 for a reason, and we're finding out exactly that in the opening lap. There we go, everyone keeping it nice and tidy still. David Kirkpatrick following very closely behind Nevin, who has taken the lead of the race from him. I love the colours on that Union Jack Mini. Here they go, round the hairpin, a wheel in the air, 3 wheels on the track, and giving it absolutely everything now that this circuit has dried out. Greg Jenkins there in third behind the 2 Kirkpatricks, and Stephen Rideout still keeping in touching distance of that leading pack. Now let's see how the rest of the field come across the timing beacon and arrange themselves after 1 lap of racing. So it is Slater that still has the lead, Shepherd just behind, and Ben Butler taking the 3rd place. He's gone up 3 positions now, Ben Butler. He's having a stellar start to this race. It's fantastic to see for his Mini. And the Kirkpatricks a little less tidy in that section, it must be said. David Kirkpatrick had 3 wheels going through that final turn there around the chicane, but on the straight, he's definitely going to have the slipstream advantage on Nevin Kirkpatrick. But can the number 1 car hold on to the leads? That is the question. Someone's got their full beams on. Hate that when that happens on the motorway. It's all right here on coverage. I can just turn the brightness down. Here we go, still going on with the racing. And so far we haven't got any retirements, so plenty of clean racing. Everyone's still on the circuit. That's what we love to see. We're going to see any moves going round this corner now. That's Morgan Bartley and Trevor Peters on your screen there. The number 13 and 44 respectively. And here is the leading pack again. The Kirkpatricks have switched positions once more. David Kirkpatrick has gone back into the lead of this race with that Union Jack Mini. He's obviously made a move, unfortunately, we have missed, but I'm sure we'll be able to keep with this pack as they continue to exchange positions with each other. There you go, confirmation that the number 10 is back in the lead. Nevin is right on his tail though, pretty much touching the boot hatch. It's fantastic to see 3-wheel action once more around that final hairpin, heading onto the pit straight now, and David Kirkpatrick will take the lead back in only the 2nd lap of the race. Fantastic stuff, long may it continue. And just behind them as well, it looks as though Rideout is going to make a move on Jenkins, potentially going down into this first turn. So let's see how that pans out as well, as the Kirkpatricks are going to just hold positions for now. Rideout was a bit too far away on that occasion to challenge Greg Jenkins. But there go the top 4, filing through Hawthorn and through the chicane. There they go. It's like watching those slinkies falling down the stairs, keeping a perfect arc going. They were following the exact racing line perfectly, one after the other after the other. Here we go. The first move in this lap is Nevin Kirkpatrick going down the inside of David Kirkpatrick, and he looks as though he might take the lead, but David is looking for the switchback, but he hasn't quite got the speed. He's slotted in behind Nevin, and they're going to go continuing down the straight now. The slipstream will be a factor here as they head through the chicane section. Oh my goodness, this race just keeps delivering. I'm not sure if we'll see a move going down through Barcroft. It's not exactly the part of the track that you want to do it. Sunny in again. He's a bit too far off to make a move, and through Sunny out they go. And it will have to be at the end of this little straight, and perhaps through the complex section before reaching the hairpin. We'll see them disappear off of the trees now. That maybe, just maybe, David Kirkpatrick will look to make a move on Nevin Kirkpatrick, but that was a fantastic move earlier on by Nevin Kirkpatrick to once more retake the lead of this race. I think they're showing us a trend that we're going to be following in this race, and there we go, three-wheel action once more from the leading two drivers as they head back down onto pit straight. Greg Jenkins and Stephen Rideout both staying within touching distance. So whilst the Kirkpatricks are enjoying their racing, they need to keep in touching distance of each other. But let's go down to Ian, because I believe he's got something to say.
Hello everybody, yes, welcome down to turn one here. Stay with us for a second. We've got this shot because we've got the Mighty Minis about to come through. This is such a great place to be at turn one with the marshals. They've been great, by the way, everybody looking after us down here. Look at this, here they come through now. It's Slater leading the way through. What a shot as they take that right-hander and then go into that other little tight right-hander as well. There's quite a bit of undulation on the circuit as well. So important you get that line absolutely spot on. What a view, what a sight, and what a place to be stood. James, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. Oh my goodness, Jan. One of the best views in the entire circuit. For a moment there, we have one of the best views of your hair for this weekend. It looks fantastic, so I want to know what hairspray you use. Anyway, we're back to the racing now, and the Kirkpatricks are up front. Whoa, a little bit of grass there taken by Nevin Kirkpatrick. It looks as though this is the opportunity now for David to go round the outside. Oh my goodness, is he going to make a move down towards the complex section? No, he has to back off, and he's let Nevin back through. That was a hair-raising moment, just as I was complimenting Ian on his own. Oh my goodness. Fantastic racing from the two leading cars in this Mighty Minis race, and we might see a move from David on this next lap, because he's certainly putting the pressure onto Nevin, and it showed there. And you know what, that little mistake from Nevin and the fact that David's had to back off again has brought Jenkins and Rideout into the equation once more. And it must be said that before that lap, Nevin Kirkpatrick was the fastest Mini on the circuit. He set a time of 1:45.2. So the fastest car out there by pretty much 0.6 of a second as well, which is very, very impressive for anyone that wants to know the ins and outs of the timings as they're coming through. And here we go now, heading up that straight after the Hawthorne and chicane section, going up the hill towards Tower Bend. And we join them as they go round the right-hander now. Ooh, some three-wheel action once more. You can hear the tyres squealing, the cars crying out for grip on this circuit as it's starting to dry out. I said earlier on in the day, if we get a little bit of a drier track, we really will see every single car start going for it, and that's exactly what we're being treated to right now. It's brilliant to watch. Amazing action on the opening day here of the Mini Festival at Croft Circuit, and Nevin Kirkpatrick has rebuilt that lead up over David quite considerably and quite quickly, because as I said earlier, he was the fastest car out on that circuit before the little mistake that saw him take a little bit too much grass heading down into the section they are now before the trees. And here they come now through complex. Nevin has got David Kirkpatrick for company. Almost had a sniff down the inside of Nevin Kirkpatrick, did David there. And rounding the final turn once again, there's pretty much a second and a half separating first and fourth. If you make a mistake at the front of this pack, you're suddenly out of the equation. That's how tight the racing is here right now. Well, no moves going on here in turn one in the leading pack, but just behind I can confirm that Sam Slater is still leading ahead of Tao Butler. Slater obviously started at the front on the pole of that second group of cars, and Tao Butler alongside him is stuck with him for this race. Only separated by about a second, those two, but 30 seconds separating this leading pack on your screen and that secondary pack in this race. Oh, we're still with the race leaders. I thought we were getting a replay there for a second. I've just had my director in my ear telling me not to panic. And here we go then, the Minis heading towards the Jim Clark S's as they go through them. Everyone keeping nice and tidy, nice and clean, but sticking right on the back of each other, trying to get a really nice run down towards Croft. And indeed, the sunny section, sunny in and sunny out. I wish it was sunny outside too. Here they go, 1, 2, 3, 4, a little bit tidy, but not so much for Rideout, who got a little bit sideways there, which is pretty impressive to do in these short wheelbase minis. Much, much smaller than the more modern minis that we'll see racing around this track on the weekend, because they are the classic, they are the original, they are those gorgeous machines that are just icons in the car world. And it looks as though we might be seeing a move now going into turn 1, because Greg Jenkins is all over David Kirkpatrick, and I don't think Kirkpatrick has been expecting this for a while, but Jenkins has certainly got a really good run there out the final hairpin. What's going to happen going down into turn 1? Well, let's watch. Here we go. Jenkins, he's not got the speed potentially to make a dive, but he has indeed got the momentum to stay with Kirkpatrick and be right on the boot lid as they head round that first turn section of Hawthorne and going through the chicane now up onto the long straight up the hill towards Tower Bend. Here we go now, David Kirkpatrick seemingly trying to drive a slightly more defensive line as they head around the long right-hander of Tower Bend. And they'll start to make their way down the hill towards the Jim Clark S's. But again, I've got to say it, Jenkins is all over the back of him. David Kirkpatrick does not want to go from starting this race first to all of a sudden finding himself in third. That would be far from ideal for the number 10 Mini. There you can see him with the Union Jack colourway. The purple liveried Mini behind him of Greg Jenkins is sniffing for an opportunity. He's biting at the lip for it. He really wants to make a move, and he might down the inside now as they head through towards the complex section of the circuit. Is there the space for him though? That's the question. He's decided against it. He's backed away. And David Kirkpatrick will keep his position as we enter the final 8 minutes of this race. We're pretty much around halfway done. About 7 minutes and a bit left of racing. But the mighty minis, those super mighty minis up front are bringing us superb action. And the mighty minis just behind, all filing through one by one in an orderly fashion. Sam Slater leading the way in that group. Tal Butler as well with him. Graham Shepherd has obviously got the better of William Burnham, who slipped right down the order. That might be because of an earlier mistake. But either way, you look at this circuit, you've got 2 packs of exhilarating racing going on. Stephen Rideout just slipping away from that leading pack, but he's staying within touching distance, because if one of them makes a mistake, they will fall instantly into his clutches. Now, here's a move potentially for Jenkins. He's going to try that switchback heading towards the inside of David Kirkpatrick, but Kirkpatrick had a little bit of a run there on Nevin Kirkpatrick, and they're going to go to the Jim Clark S's, pretty much separated by about half a mini each. So everyone needs to be nice and clean and easy and gentle on the brakes and the steering, and they have been. They're through cleanly. This is brilliant to watch. Is this the moment going into sunny in for Jenkins? It's not, but maybe sunny out could be. There's just not the room for him to try and do anything, and the door down the inside was closed off pretty quickly by David Kirkpatrick, and Nevin is using this opportunity with David being distracted to try and create a little bit of a gap, but such is the speed of David Kirkpatrick. He's simultaneously advancing in and closing in on Nevin, but holding off the advances of Greg Jenkins as Jenkins thought about a look on the inside of the hairpin. But alas, it's come to nothing, and there you can see the leading pack are getting ready to really catch up to the back markers now. Already John Jenkins is going to be lapped pretty much on this lap, if not the next, as we head towards the final 5 minutes of racing. But such is the pace of these super mighty minis, literally in a class of their own, but very much in this race, providing us with a lot of entertainment in a class of their own as well. Well, Well, there go the Kirkpatricks and Jenkins flying out the right-hand side of your screen. And David Kirkpatrick's had to go well off the racing line to try and hold off Greg Jenkins, because I think he was definitely looking to make an inside move going around Tower Bend. And he might get the speed and momentum needed as they head down to the Jim Clark S's to pull off a miracle and send that purple Mini. Oh, there's some grass taken by Kirkpatrick. David Kirkpatrick had to go onto the grass as he was trying to find his way around Nevin, and that's brought him back into the clutches. Back into the clutches of Greg Jenkins. This is fantastic to watch. Sunny in. What's going to happen? Ooh, a little bit too sideways there from David. Jenkins going down his inside as they head out of Sunny out. Is he going to take the position as well? No. This is brilliant stuff from the Mighty Minis in their first race of the weekend. They're setting the bar incredibly high in terms of how they're going to continue for the rest of our time here at Croft Circuit on Mini Festival weekend. I don't know how David Kirkpatrick is doing it, but as I've already said, he is advancing and closing in on Nevin Kirkpatrick out front, whilst holding off Greg Jenkins as well. This is brilliant to watch, but it is worth bearing in mind as well that Greg Jenkins is the fastest Mini out on that circuit right now at 1:45 dead. 1:45 dead. He is 2/10 faster than the cars in front of him. And whilst that's faster than many people can blink, oh, very close call actually between Greg Jenkins and one of the back markers. You don't want that to ruin your race when you're running so well. But yes, whilst those 2/10 are faster than us humans can blink, in the world of racing, that's a considerable amount of time. You can see the headlights are going crazy right now as they've been flashing their way through the field. Greg Jenkins making his move around the outside, going around Tower Bend, but he's run way too wide there. It's allowed David Kirkpatrick to simply stick to the racing line and keep his position of second place. My goodness, that was a brilliantly attempted move by Greg Jenkins. I think he knows that time is running out, that there's only 3 minutes left on the clock. And the opportunities are going to start thinning out, unfortunately, in this race for Jenkins in his number 70 Mini. He lost the back there a little bit heading into Sunny in, so he's going to want to try and tidy that up heading into Sunny out and onto this straight towards the complex section of the circuit. And onto the pit straight we go. Just over 2 minutes of racing left in this first race of the weekend for the Mighty Minis. And it's been a mighty effort from everyone out there today. Greg Jenkins slipping away quite considerably from David Kirkpatrick. That'll be interesting to keep our eyes on. And Nevin Kirkpatrick as well, still holding the lead in this race. I wonder what's going on inside that Mini right now. Did he have an issue? Perhaps a light came on or a dial started to concern him a little bit and he might have backed off to try and deal with it, but all of a sudden he lost a lot of time between himself and David Kirkpatrick on that pit straight, and you might almost say that Stephen Rideout is licking his lips. He's thinking, oh, this is my chance, a podium finish potentially, and we see those front runners, the Super Mighty Minis, make their way through the back markers from the Mighty Minis. And they're going to go through the Jim Clark S's now. Let's watch them. Kirkpatrick 1 and 2. Nevin leading David. Stephen Rideout getting a little bit of oversteer there as well as he headed through the final part of the S's section. And here we go, Sunny in. And Sunny out for the Kirkpatricks up front. See that gap really clearly now between himself and Jenkins. You have got to wonder what's happened in that last lap that means that the gap has become so large, but it could all be down to the pace of David Kirkpatrick, because once more he is right on the tail of Nevin Kirkpatrick. And David Kirkpatrick is flashing Nevin to tell him, I'm right behind you, I am right on your tail. And I can imagine that that yellow board being shown to the leading pack is the final lap indicator as well, because this is the final 20 seconds of the race as well. But we will complete the racing lap And here we go then through the first few turns at Hawthorne and Chicane. I must mention Clervaux as well. I shouldn't keep forgetting that as well. They make their way through Clervaux, Hawthorne and Chicane onto that long uphill straight towards Tower Bend. And this is the last chance. This is the last lap for all of those cars to try their best to finish on that podium. The lights still going crazy in Kirkpatrick and Jenkins' car respectively. Here we go then. Heading around Tower Bend. And now the advancement of David Kirkpatrick is so much that he really will have a slipstream advantage heading through the Jim Clark S's. And here the cars file, 1, 2, 3, Kirkpatrick and Jenkins, all sticking to each other as if there's a string holding them together. It's brilliant to watch as they negotiate Barcroft down towards Sunny Inn. Oh, a little bit of a door open up there for David Kirkpatrick, but it wasn't enough for him to get through. He didn't have the speed. Jenkins has got speed though, off of that corner, going down into the complex section. Jenkins hasn't got enough room though to go round the outside of David Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick runs wide though. This could be the moment for Jenkins to slide through because Nevin Kirkpatrick also went wide. He touched a bit of grass. This is the final few meters, the final hairpin now. What's going to happen? Who's going to have the best momentum on this final lap? Who's going to take the checkered flag first? It's going to be Nevin Kirkpatrick to take victory in the first Mighty Minis race of the weekend. David just behind him, Greg Jenkins third, and Stephen Rideout comes in a solid fourth place. But who will finish off first in that second pack of racers? That's the question that we want to find out. We want to know if Sam Slater has held on to that lead. Let's see if we can find him as he comes round the final few turns. Here we go, joining the racing pack, Graham Shepherd there on your screen, one of the front runners of that second pack at the beginning of this race, but whether he's still in contention or not, we're trying to figure that out. Slater in the number 93 is the one you're looking out for. Butler as well, I believe that is the pack. They are on your screen now. And Butler has slipped back, unfortunately for him. No, that's the second Butler. This has been a crazy race, a mighty race, and a super race to enjoy with the Minis. Well, that's the number 93 of Sam Slater ahead of the rest of the Mighty Minis that are trailing behind him. So I think it's fair to say that Sam Slater will take that victory in that second pack. Oh, the diving move on the final chicane by the number 9. We've just missed it off the corner of our screen. But the number 43, 43, yes, Ben Butler is going to come through to take that second place finish. And it was the number 77 that just held off Graham Shepherd at the end. Ahmed Shaharabani just held off in order to claim third place, the final podium in that second pack. But my goodness, what a move that was in the corner of our screens by Graham Shepherd, going into the hairpin for the final time. Let's take a look at the official finishing grid, as I can confirm the fastest lap of the race came from Greg Jenkins, and 1:44.5 from that Mini. He took half a second of what was his previous best. And that was a brilliant race to watch. So there you go. Kirkpatrick, Nevin and David together, finishing at the front just the way that they started. Greg Jenkins following in behind them, although he could have taken victory in that race also. Stephen Rideout staying in track with them as well. Sam Slater and Ben Butler, the winners really in that second pack of racing, and Ahmed Shaharabani has really done well there to secure third place in that second pack of racing. Graham Shepherd, though, with the last gasp move on what was the very, very last lap of the race. That was brilliant entertainment to watch. And after that exhilarating racing, it's time for us to turn from the Mighty Minis to our mighty pit lane reporter. Ian, what have you got for us? Did you enjoy that?
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme, and certainly Nevin and David going toe to toe as we always expect. I absolutely love these. Look, he's just getting his helmet off now, ready. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to me. I'm sure he does. Let's go have a quick chat, shall we? Let's get him out of the car and celebrate it very quickly. Nevin, congratulations, buddy. I'll tell you something, you and David, you don't half go toe to toe, don't you?
Yeah, it was a tough race, that.
Yeah.
Had a little gap and then made a little mistake, and then David's right on me, and then it was just to and fro, and then towards the end I'd really cooked my tyres, so I was having to calm it down a bit. But yeah,
So you're having to do a bit of time management in that one then?
Yeah, but I got there in the end and I'm happy with that. It's been a while.
Congratulations. Look, tell me about that first corner when you're hurtling towards it on the opening lap.
Well, it was damp this morning, so on the opening lap you're not entirely sure what's going to happen, so it's just time to put on your big boy pants and hope for the best.
You certainly did that. Congratulations, mate. Top step of the podium. Let's just grab David again for a quick chat. The tallest man here. I'm certain he is as well. David, a quick chat if we can. He just got you this time.
Yeah, well, my race is with Greg for the championship, so I wasn't really going to pull any crazy moves there. But yeah, it was a good race.
So I like that. I like that. Race management.
Yeah, well, I need to stay ahead of the purple car. Yeah. That's all I need to do. So everything else doesn't matter to me.
Job done then. Well done.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Right, let's move around a little bit because I do want to, if we can just move down, I did want to say congratulations to Sam Slater. There he is, picking up the win in the Mighty Mini. So I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with him as well. Here he comes. I think we might have a little bit of time. We did chat to some of the drivers beforehand for the next race, but I wonder if Sam will have a quick chat with us. Taking the win, of course, the difference in speed is quite remarkable, isn't it, between the Mighty Minis and Super Builder. Hey, so congratulations. I just want to say well done. You won, you won the race. How was it?
Yeah, it was brilliant. First time on the circuit for me, so to be able to do so well in qualifying and then, you know, convert it on the track, it feels good. Yeah, it feels really good.
Did you know, I've just had the statistics department in touch, and it turns out you've won 100% of your races here.
That is true. Although there is one tomorrow, so let's just end it there if that's...
A very good point. We'll end it there. Well done. Congratulations, mate. Top stuff. There we go. Next race coming up. Right, this is it now, actually. Wall-to-wall racing for the rest of the day. This is going to be an absolute corker. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, James, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. Great to hear from the drivers down in Parc Ferme. The racing doesn't start just yet, though. I hate to be a party pooper, but we are going to take a look at the schedule. We have got updated times in front of us. So, at 2:35, so in about 15 minutes or so, we have the first mini challenge race of the weekend. That's at 2:35, followed quickly by the Heroes of FF 1600 Sprint Cup. Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy as well will follow that. Scottish Mini Cooper Cup again with their second race of the day. Mini Challenge follows that once more with their second race, and the Heroes of FF 1600 will round off the day for us. And we're going to head off to hear from some drivers now, as Ian was able to catch up with them earlier.
Well, welcome down everybody to Parc Ferme. You can see we've got all of the cars here for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. They've just finished qualifying, not too long to go now until their opening race, and we will have a champion this weekend, and it's likely, not definite, but it's likely to be Freddie Hewitt. All he has to do, we believe, is finish the first race of the day and he will be crowned champion. Very exciting indeed. Let's have a quick chat with some of the drivers, shall we? Just find out the conditions out there. Guys, how was it out there? It's been a bit off this morning, hasn't it, weather-wise?
Yeah, it's been a little bit changeable. Obviously, very sort of greasy, horrible practice this morning. Qualifying was a bit thrown in at the deep end.
Yes. We had a couple of red flags as well.
Yeah, that doesn't help. You just about get going, and then you've gone through all your warm-up procedure and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden, red flag comes out. Obviously, I hope everyone's okay. And all the cars can get back out later on. But yeah, so challenging, but yeah, I've no idea where I ended up either. So
no, well, we just caught you on the hot map. We've literally just caught you out, but we'll show the grids very shortly as well. Look, season ends this weekend. It's been how's it been for you so far?
I've been behind him all the time, so it's a change from last year. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get by him today. You know, he let Wilmot through. Well, let Wilmot through. Wilmot got through last time out when I was on holiday. So yeah, hopefully I can get something on Andy. But you know, when you've got Dan behind you as well, it's.
But this is what we love about these minis, isn't it? The racing is always so close and tight, and you always put on such a good show for the fans as well.
Considering there's only, you know, 3 or 4 Coopers this year, which is disappointing, but the racing has been great. I love it, and there's a couple more joined us this weekend, which you know, they're talking about coming on board next year. So yeah, if we can get another 5 or 6 on there, then it'll be really, really good.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the race as well. So yes, are we about to crown a champion in the Mini Challenge Club Sport? Well, we're going to find out. It will happen this weekend. It is the final round of the season for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. I'm going to hand you over to your commentator, James, who's going to take you through the action. It's going to be an absolute corker. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone, to Croft Circuit for more entertaining mini racing action. And we are waiting the green flag lap to get underway. Someone's wiper blades were going, but I was informed by reliable sources it's not raining there anymore. But let's take a look at how the grid's lining up. Stephen Berry, Colin Wilmot and Ross Alexander are right there at the front. Ross has enjoyed some excellent results throughout the season so far, and he'll be hoping for more of the same this weekend here at Croft Circuit. Charlie Newton-Darby and Freddie Hewitt are the ones lining up at the front of that second class of competitors. And just behind them, Zach Blackwell, Gary Papworth, Matthew Hibbard, Lee Campbell, Ben Trundley, Charles Heatley, Sophie Wright, Paul Sawyer, Lauren Taylor and Alan Lee complete that second page of competitors. And on page 3, we have David Maguire, Freya Belk and Jamie Ringer. And right towards the back, going across this page and the last page, we have Andy Langley, Neil Clark, Adrian Lingy, Daniel Truman and Jeffrey Surrey. Well, this is going to be a very different style of racing to what you've just watched. As you can see there, the more modern Mini is on your screen, slightly larger than its retro grandfather. But the cars are still that classic philosophy of short, wide, low. And with the way that these cars have been built and tuned, they are fast. And I know for a fact that as Ian and I have been getting to know more and more of this grid as the year goes on, they are determined to really give us some entertaining racing action, and I look very much forward to watching it as well. Thank you to everyone once again for tuning in onto our live stream. It means a lot for you to be joining us here this weekend, for you contributing some of your Saturday to watching this live from Croft Circuit and supporting this amazing championship of racing, or amazing several championships of racing, I must say, and particularly this mini festival here at Croft Circuit this weekend. And a huge mention as well as we approach the halfway mark of racing in this day as well. A big thank you to all of our cameras out there, to our directors in the background as well, who are making this event possible. They're the ones standing out in the rain, getting soaking wet, and standing out in the blistering wind as well, getting really, really cold. But they are the ones providing us the angles and providing the entertainment for you this weekend. So a massive thank you to them as well for being here this weekend and for making it possible. And indeed to all the stewards and marshals, if a couple of them have got us in your ears, thank you so much for having us in your ears and for being here this weekend, for volunteering your time and for truly being the ones that make these events possible. Because without you, we can't go racing and none of these events can be possible. So thank you very, very much for doing that. Here we go, lining up at the front of the race. Leading the way in the pack now, Stephen Berry, poised in pole position, ready to start this race. Colin Wilmot looks as though he's angled himself ever so slightly towards the left-hand side of your screen. He's parked that car very suspiciously on the circuit, but I'm sure it won't faze Stephen Berry in his coupe-style Mini. There we go, the 5-second board is out. We are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit. And we are racing here at Croft Circuit. It's a fantastic start from Stephen Berry. Much quicker reactions than anyone else on that grid as well. And a dive around the outside by Jamie Ringer in that orange Mini towards the middle of the pack as well, trying to avoid crashing into the back of someone after his excellent start. But after taking pole position, it's Stephen Berry that's leading the way forward for us in this race. Just listen to the roar of those fantastic cars as they head through Clervaux, Hawthorne and the chicane and up the hill for the first time this weekend and for the first time in this 15-minute race. And again, the car that said got an amazing start. Jamie Ringer already making moves in this first lap round, going round Tower Bend, making a move down the inside, diving past his competition and already making moves to advance his way up the field. And it must be said as well that Ross Alexander has made his way up into second place in this field as well. So this is brilliant stuff, but someone's taken a bit too much grass with them. I hope there's not a car behind all of that dust as it clears from the air. But there is your race leader, Stephen Berry, in his Coupe Cooper. Going around the hairpin for the first time. Not quite three-wheel action. Oh, there we go. It was three-wheel action in the end. And trailing behind him is Ross Alexander as they take the timing beacon for the first time. And Charlie Newton-Darby as well has made his way up into third place as well. Colin Wilmot has dropped back ever so slightly. He's behind several of the other competitors from different classes in this field. So he's going to have to do a lot to fight back as this race progresses. Now that is my favourite car out on the grid, the number 55 of Gary Papworth. I got to speak to him quite a lot on the weekend in Thruxton where these cars went racing as well alongside the British Truck Racing Championship. And I know many people don't like them because they're like Marmites, but I do love a clubman. And I absolutely love the fact that he's brought it here racing again this weekend after I know he's had some trouble with it earlier on in the season. But it's brilliant to watch him fly around this circuit once more. There goes Berry and his leading cars through the Jim Clark S's. And the rest of the field join him, pretty much mirroring him through there, keeping each other company. There is Papworth on our screen as well. It's almost like my director's heard that that's my favourite car out there. So we can't watch that for the rest of the race, but I will absolutely enjoy myself watching them go round. Another mention as well to Jamie Ringer in that orange Mini Cooper. You've seen him start to fly a bit more further up the order, and indeed he continues to do so, making some really good moves. Your race leader is still Stephen Berry, followed by Ross Alexander. And Charlie Newton-Darby is currently taking the final podium position and leading that second class of racers. But Stephen Berry is in a league of his own. He's faster by nearly 7/10 of a second. He is faster than the rest of the field. Just had to do some quick maths there in my head. I'm sure my A-level teacher will be very, very proud of me that I'm still using that. But there goes Stephen Berry flying off into the distance. Ross Alexander doing everything he can to try and stay within touching distance, and Charlie Newton-Darby won't be focusing on the two ahead of him just yet. He'll be worrying about Zach Blackwell, who's right behind him and bearing down on the number 12 Mini as well as they head round the Tower Bend once more in this race. Fantastic noises coming through all of our cameras dotted around this brilliant circuit as well. And we're just staying with Newton-Darby and Blackwell as they head through the Jim Clark S's. And my goodness, what a start to this race it has been so far. Ethan Dance in the comments, hello, good day to you as well, sir. Thank you to joining us here this weekend. Thank you to everyone joining us on the live stream here so far this weekend. It's been fantastic to watch so far, and it's been a real pleasure to sit and watch alongside all of you tuning in from wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Well, there goes Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander past the timing beacons on the pit straight once more. Berry has improved on that lap, but marginally. And the others behind him have improved also. They're now down into the 134s. With him is Ross Alexander. He's on a 134.9, so he's only 3/10 off the pace now of Stephen Berry, who leads this race. But look at how close Charlie Newton-Darby and Zach Blackwell are getting. Blackwell will surely be looking for a gap, will be looking for an opportunity as they head up the hill on the big long straight towards the Tower Bend. Let's join them as they do exactly that. Here we go, not enough space and not enough speed just yet for Zach Blackwell to challenge Newton-Darby, but he'll stay tidy and he'll stay right on the back of Newton-Darby as they head round the rest of Tower Bend and towards the Jim Clark S's. Let's watch them go through it now. Brilliant stuff from these two, neck and neck. There's probably less than half a mini between the two of them right now, but such is the skill of the drivers on this grid that they can race that closely and still stay that safe and clean around each other as well. It's brilliant to watch and fantastic to be treated to. There's a lovely shot of our race leader, Stephen Berry, out front pretty much on his own right now in that coupe. And again, they're just like the Clubman. Love them or hate them, they are fantastic looking cars, keeping that same mini design philosophy that the rest of the field share with him. You've got to love the livery of Ross Alexander's car as well. But let's see what's happened to Newton-Darby and Blackwell. They haven't switched positions round just yet. Blackwell's a bit too far back now. That gap has increased ever so slightly, but not enough for Charlie Newton-Darby to relax completely. So here we go, let's watch them heading through Clairvaux now and around Hawthorne towards the chicane. And that's a good run for Zach Blackwell as well. He's got the momentum now and he's got the slipstream, but bearing down from behind is Freddie Hewitt. And the more these two fight, Newton-Darby and Blackwell, the closer Hewitt can close the gap as well, because he doesn't have to worry about defending or searching for a move off the racing line. But that's exactly what both of these drivers just ahead of him are having to do right now, and an overall podium for any of these three would be fantastic in the opening race. And there's Papworth as well in the Clubman, and there's Jamie Ringer as well. He's gone from at the back of that middle pack right to the very front of it, challenging now with Papworth to see who can get right onto the tail of the three hunting the final podium positions. Let's watch Stephen Berry take the timing beacon again. Is he going to improve on that lap? He's not going to go faster on that occasion, so his fastest lap still remains as a 1:34.6. However, Ross Alexander in behind him has gone down to 1:34.8. So he's getting quicker and he's closing the gap. And we've got about 6.5 minutes of racing left here at Croft. So we've got plenty of time to see him close the gap right down to a point where he could make an opportune move for the lead of this race. Well, Charlie Newton-Darby has lost Zach Blackwell completely, and instead he's got Freddie Hewitt for company. Looking for Blackwell to appear. He's dropped back quite a bit, and Jamie Ringer is right on the back of Papworth now as well, so Ringer will be looking to ring another move in on this lap. But there is Newton-Darby now being harassed by Freddie Hewitt from behind as they head down through the Jim Clark S's. Let's watch them go through now. And already these cars having to go through back markers as well. Blackwell potentially falling back into the clutches of Papworth and Jamie Ringer. It would be a big morale boost for Papworth if he can get around Blackwell. And it almost gives him a buffer between himself and Jamie Ringer, who is obviously one of the informed drivers on this circuit right now. Lapping at the moment in the 1:37.5s, and that was his fastest lap of the race on that last occasion. So he is lapping in the sort of pace where he could pretty much match and challenge the current podium sitter Charlie Newton-Darby. But whether he has the space to really unleash that power and that speed remains to be seen. There's been a lot of changing of positions here as you see it updating on the left-hand side of your screen. Charlie Newton-Darby is still in third, but he's got Freddie Hewitt close behind him, 2/10 separating those two, and less than half a second separating Papworth and Ringer on your screen right now. Jamie Ringer's been making moves all race long, and Freddie Hewitt is biding his time to start making moves of his own on Newton-Darby also. Well, we've had a spin. We've had a spin on the circuit. Alan Lee is facing the wrong way, waiting to see if he's got the car running still. He's just got to wait for a moment where he could restart and rejoin, but red flags are waving. Our clock has stopped. Red flags are waving on this circuit. Whether that means a car has gone off elsewhere or whether, unfortunately, Alan Lee can't get that car going again, means that we're going to have to stop this race for now. There you have it, the cars have slowed right down there. And it is going to be the end of the racing for now. Alan Lee has put his thumbs up, so he's all right. That's really good to see. Whether this is something wrong with the car, whether something's locked up, or the rear axle is locked up and that's why he spun, remains to be seen. And we will go down to join Ian very soon because these cars will be making their way into Parc Fermé with those red flags waving. And we'll let him confirm with us whether the race will get restarted again. Alan Lee's taking a look at the back of his car, so whether he's been touched there going around the turn or whether and something's locked up as a result is yet to be seen. I believe that is the complex section of the circuit where this incident has taken place. He's having a word with the marshals as well, so I don't know whether he's seen something on his car that we obviously can't see because unfortunately we're on the wrong side. But the good thing is that he's up, he's out of the car and he's talking to all the marshals as well, so it obviously wasn't something major. But whilst Alan Lee tries to work out what's happened to his Mini, we're going to head down to Parc Fermé to join our maxi presenter, Ian Waterhouse. Ian, what's going on?
Yeah, welcome to Parc Fermé, everybody. Well, we never want a race to end with a red flag, but it has been classified as well, and it is Stephen Berry who gets the win. In fact, quite funnily enough, Stephen lined back up down the pit lane. They've had to bring him through this gate to get him back in here. I think he might have thought he might get going again because there was still about 4 minutes or so left on the clock. Stephen, that win caught you off guard a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit too early. I was having too much fun.
They still think it was about four some minutes or so. Are you a bit surprised they've called it?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them. They've got to sort of balance with the rest of the day, haven't they? I know we've got a busy calendar today and obviously with the Enduro tomorrow, so I understand that why they've done it. But yeah, just send me out there all day for me. Just keep fueling me up. I love it.
Always got a smile on his face, always happy, and always happy to wear that one right there as well. Well done, mate. It's good to see you. Congratulations. Let's move around. Ross Alexander's over there as well, but somebody I want to talk to is Freddie Hewitt, championship leader. Spoke to him a little bit earlier as well, and we think all you had to do, Freddie, was finish. Well, you finished top 5 as well. So we haven't got official confirmation, but we think, does that make you champion?
We believe so. We'll just wait for the official confirmation, but we think we've done it, so it's great.
Well, I'm the first to talk to you. I'm the first to see you. If you are champion, Freddie, come on, woo! Well done. If it's confirmed, look at it over there. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Right, listen, congratulations, Freddie. We'll obviously wait for official comment. It's not confirmed yet, but as soon as it is, and Freddie did invite us down for a little bit of champagne later as well. All right, Zach, what's up, Zach? What's happened?
Well, we didn't get enough time really to get the whole car back together after our crash this morning.
Right.
And I just think there was a couple of little niggly things. I'm not sure. It was sort of the car was cutting out on right-hander, so going to go back and have a look, see what's going on with it. Hopefully we'll fix it for the next one.
Top man. Good to see you, Zach. Anyway, thank you so much. We've got Gary's car here as well. Look at this thing of absolutely, I don't know where he is though. Let's keep moving around because I just wanted to, how you doing, mate? All right, you good? I just wanted to grab Ross for a very quick chat. Ross, it's good to see you again, mate. How you doing? But things ended a little bit early there for you.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened, to be fair. Yeah, no, but I hope everyone's okay. That's the main thing. From our side, we did what we needed to do. From what we've worked out, we only need to finish second in the next race, and then that's it. We've won the championship, so just damage limitation. I like the rear end of Stephen's car, so I'm happy to sit behind it for a bit. It's a pretty car.
It is a very pretty car.
So I'm happy to do that for a bit. Just have a bit of a play. Never been here before, cool track, so yeah, just have fun with it.
Top man, good to see you again, Ross. Well done, and we'll see you a little bit later as well. I think somebody just said Gary was doing tyre pressures, but there's definitely, I don't know about you, Darren, but there's definitely nobody around here, is there? So, we do have more racing. In fact, let's grab Freya for a quick chat as well. You may remember at Donington, things didn't quite go so well, but we're in a better position now, aren't we?
Yeah, 100%. That race went really well, to be fair. Gained a few, so we're happy.
You're a little bit disappointed that the red flag came out and you weren't able to make even more progress?
Yeah, slightly disappointed. I mean, I'm glad that Alan's okay, but we was making our way through the pack slowly. 3 or 4 overtakes on the start, so it's all to play for in the next one.
All to play for. Thanks for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Freya there as well. Of course, sister Lexi races as well. There is Freddie there. Let's grab Charlie Newton Derby for a quick chat if we can. So we're just checking. What are the pressures? What are the tyre pressures?
Good, mate, good. Not too bad. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Funny newfangled ones.
Oh, right, very nice.
Can we
show that to camera? Can we show that to camera?
Look at that.
Oh, there's nothing on the screen.
No,
zero.
I don't care anyway.
Zero. You need more air pressure than that.
Oh, you know, right, right.
I'm good. Look, third. You got a nice little hat there. Third place. How was it?
Already, look.
Oh, you broke it already.
Oh, well. Big head. That's the trouble.
Well, you got 2 hats on.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, because it just falls off.
Look, you enjoyed your season?
It was good, mate. Yeah, it's good. Finally got a podium at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was good. I mean, I didn't have any DNF, so like last year. So.
Are you back next year?
We'll see. All about sponsorship and things like that, isn't it? You know what it's like.
Yeah. Well, big thank you to sponsors and of course, look.
Thank you for sponsoring myself, and great, thanks.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. You're a great sponsor. Let's keep moving down a little bit, shall we? I think we've got time. Red flag, of course. We've got Formula Fords coming up next. They are in assembly area. Did go chat to Grace, so we'll catch up with her a little bit later. But just stay with us whilst we make our way down a little bit further, shall we? I do want to see if I could wanted to find Paul Sawyer. There he is over there. International DJ, of course, Paul Sawyer. He's enjoyed his experience of motorsport in 2024. Let's find out if he's going to be back. There is, of course, another race with these guys a little bit later. In fact, there's another one tomorrow as well, Paul. International DJ, racer. Is there absolutely anything you can't do?
Well, I'm not very good at cooking.
Okay, fair enough. I won't come around for dinner. Right, tell us about your experience this season. What's it been like?
Oh my God, it's been so much fun. From where I started at Brands to now, is just a huge difference.
I remember that meeting.
Yeah. I mean, I was chuffed not to be last. I was second to last, and here I am now, battling in the top 10. It's just amazing. And we've done loads to the car as well, and obviously I've learned so much as well. So, and I can't thank Steve Kite enough for all the support. So,
yeah, he's paid him for that. Yeah. What's the biggest thing you've learned this season then? Like somebody's watching this has never raced before and fancies giving it a go. What's your top tip for them?
Well, to be honest with you, one of the things I thought was going to be a major issue was affording it, but it is actually really affordable, and I would definitely recommend doing it. If you do track days, that is absolutely nothing compared to this. So I would definitely recommend coming and giving it a go, especially in the Mini.
Fantastic. And the question, of course, Paul, I know there's still a couple of races to go this weekend, but are we going to see you back next season?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. I'll be back for 2025.
Be back. There you go. We've just signed up a driver. So thank you, Paul. There we go. Good stuff. We are able to. I'm going to get the track cleared. Formula Ford's coming up. I did go and catch up with Grace Parkinson. She's out in the next race. So I'll hand back to James, and then you'll be able to see me down. In fact, the car's heading out on track already, so I'm going to have to hand straight back to James. Over to you. Enjoy the next race.
Thank you very much, Ian. But just before we get back to the racing action again, we've heard from more drivers throughout this weekend, so let's find out what they had to say.
Cool. We will go in 5, 4. Right, everybody, here we are, the assembly area for the Formula Fords. Something I am particularly looking forward to, and I think you are at home watching as well. Now, I'm catching up with Grace here because, Grace, I understand you weren't feeling too well at Oulton Park. Are you feeling okay now?
Yeah, I had tonsillitis at Oulton Park, and I was just coming to the end of it, but I feel a lot better now. I've had it since that, but
oh, no.
I feel all right now.
That's good, that's good. Now, am I right in thinking your dad, Ian, is he working on the car this weekend with you?
Yeah, he works on the cars, yeah, he prepares them all and does all the work for them, yeah.
What's it like driving one of these, especially around Croft?
I love this car to drive. It's dead smooth, dead steady. We've had the odd issues with it this year, but now we've got on top of it. I had a really good last round in the HSCC with Croft, and I really like it, so we'll just have to have fun today and see what it's like in the wet.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much for bringing it out. We really do appreciate it. I'm glad you're feeling better as well. And we'll see you at Parc Fermé a little bit later. Right, time to go racing for the Formula Fords. This is going to be a thing of absolute beauty. James, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. And welcome back, everyone, to yet another race here this weekend at Croft Circuit. Let's take a look at how the FF 1600 grid lines up for their first race of the weekend. I know I've been saying all weekend that we've had some beautiful machinery, but this one really takes the biscuit. We have some beautiful cars lining up for us. Lucas Romanek and William Liston are on that front row. James Clark, Ben Tilley behind them. Richard Frey, Samuel Harrison, Robert Wainwright, Colin Williams, Oliver Buckton and Grace Parkington make up the rest of that first page of competitors. And just about squeezing in onto the second page, John Hayes-Harlow and Linton Stutley round off the field, last but by no means least, because everyone up and down this grid could be challenging throughout the race today. And I'm hearing that we are also going to be taking a green flag lap. There we go, there is the green flag for us all. Other coloured flags are available, but breakdown service is not included. And you can see from these cars that are lined up on the grid just how low these Formula Ford cars are, just how low to the ground they are. And you can see that brilliant exposed wishbone suspension style setup that they have. Oh, there's a lovely close-up of the lights, not had that before. There you go, and you can see the way that those cars are lined up. It's a very small grid, but tightly packed. Very close the racing will be between these competitors here today. Romanek, our pole sitter, on the left-hand side. Oh, this is a go. I've just had the go in my ear that this is not a green flag lap. This is indeed racing, and someone's already gone all the way off to take some gravel and are losing some positions as well. Apologies for everyone at home. We were awaiting a green flag lap, but that never came, and so we all watched these Formula Fords go flying through the opening corners and up that hill. Just look at the speed that they can carry. Our cameras can just about keep up with them, and William Liston was already ahead of Romanek, but Lucas Romanek has retaken the lead from him heading through that tower bend. My goodness, the speed these cars can carry is blinding. Just look at them fly through the Jim Clark S's. That's brilliant to watch. Neck and neck with each other throughout this first lap also, and lovely clean racing too. Here we go then, Sonny in, getting a little bit sideways, running a little bit wide there in the background as well. Everyone is giving it full send in this first lap. Really, really going for it, which is brilliant to see. And here we go now, heading up through the complex section of the circuit. Just take a look at those brilliant pieces of machinery thrashing their way around this Croft circuit. Romanek still holding on to the lead. He lost it in those first few corners, but he's taking it back pretty much straight away. William Liston still holding second position. And James Clark is in third also. So 1, 2 and 3 lining up exactly as they did on the grid when they started. And Robert Wainwright and Richard Frey are getting very well acquainted with each other in those 2 red cars. It's going to be an interesting fight right the way to the checkered flag between those two. And already a little bit of a look for a move from James Clark there on William Liston. This is fantastic to watch. You won't get treated to this anywhere else on YouTube today, that's for sure. And a good afternoon once more to everyone in our comments section as well. Good afternoon to the Wedge 1. Hello to Laura, who's watching from Spain. Hello to Ink25, who's watching from Germany. Michelle's watching, was watching Stephen earlier, I do apologise. She was cheering for Stephen. Good to see people tuning in to our racing this weekend here at Croft. And Sean O'Neill, we are very lucky to have different race classes at different circuits every weekend, and we are being absolutely treated today. And a big hello to you from Ireland. Thank you very much for tuning in. And you love Formula Fords as well, probably just as much as me. These cars are fantastic to watch going racing round. Hello there, Jamesy boy as well. Afternoon, racing fans. Afternoon to you too, sir. It's glad to see that you are joining us here again. But enough about everyone in the comments section and more about the cars out on the track right now. James Clark is still hunting down William Liston in that number 13 Formula Ford. Lucas Romanek has got a commanding lead out front now, and Liston is hoping to try and close the gap to him and the leader, but he has got to worry about Clark in the number 77 right behind him, and he's not losing him right now. Clark is very much staying in the picture. Brilliant to try and find out more about these cars that are racing here this weekend. And all of these Formula 4s that you see out on the circuit, this category of Formula Ford's 1600 championship cars are for cars built and raced before 1982. And it's still great to see that even now, all these years later, that we can still watch plenty of them racing up and down the country as well in historic Formula Ford championships and here with us this weekend. As a little treat for us, really, in amongst this mini festival. It's fantastic. And there's been a bit of a position change here as well, because Ben Tilley has been able to get the better of Samuel Harrison, so he's advanced up on the leaderboard on your left-hand side, as you can see there, getting ahead of the car that was behind him. But we're going to stick with Liston and Clark for now. Well, James Clark is really getting all over the back of William Liston. It's a brilliant race to watch between these two, a brilliant blue hunting machine bearing down. You can see there, Ben Tilley, he is ahead of Samuel Harrison. Harrison will be looking to make a move pretty quickly. You can see how different those cars both look, but both following similar regulations and providing us with similar levels of entertaining racing action here this weekend at Croft. Keeping it nice and clean through Clervaux and around Hawthorne, heading towards the chicane. And is this going to be the chance for Samuel Harrison to get a really nice run on Tilley as they head up the hill? It looks as though he's got the slipstream. There's about less than a metre between those two. Is he going to look around the outside? No, because Tilley moved across to really establish himself in the middle of that circuit. and deny any opportunities of moving past him to Samuel Harrison, but Harrison is all over him. Oh, and there's a move going on ahead of us. Looks as though James Clark might be getting around William Liston now, and he has indeed got around William Liston. We just about missed the move as it disappeared off past the Jim Clark S's, but that's fantastic racing from James Clark, who's been looking for his opportunity all race long, and William Liston is already looking to reclaim the position back. So I think we're going to stick with these two now for a moment, whilst we see if Liston has a response really for Clark in the blue machine. There we go, watching them, the two skilled racers flying through Clervaux, Hawthorne and towards the chicane once more. That really tricky first section of the circuit, and now up the big long straight for the first time in this lap. Here we go, watching them fly past our cameras and towards Tower Bend. My goodness, James Clark has gone ultra defensive there, fully establishing himself on the inside line and warranting off any sort of advancement by William Liston to make a dive down the inside. And what a dramatic move that would have been by the number 13 to try and make that move stick around even the outside of him. As we rejoin the battle between Tilley and Harrison, just behind those both. Tilley and Harrison fighting out really to see who can get into fourth position and start the charge towards those final podium points that are up for grabs overall. It's brilliant to watch how this grid have almost split off into little races of their own between these different pairs. It's fantastic to see, and lots of racing action on this circuit. Hello to Nigel in our comments as well, watching from Preston. Nigel, thank you so much for tuning in. Inc didn't expect them to be that old. Yes, it is. It's quite a treat for them to be that old and still racing as fast as they do at this circuit. Hello to Graham from Lytham as well. Thank you so much for joining in, sir. And we are still locking in on Clark versus Liston. Liston will be seeing red right now because he'll be furious that he lost concentration for a moment and opened the door up for James Clark to come through and take second place from him. And you might also mention that whilst we are focusing on second and third in this race, we've not mentioned our pole sitter and race leader, Lucas Romanek, for a while now, and that's because he's very far away out front. He's also set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:27.9. That's nearly a whole second faster than the next fastest lap in this race. So speeding off in a class of his own, really, is Romanek. There's 5 minutes left in this race for the rest of the field to sort themselves out into whatever positions they would like to end up in. It's a nice shot of the race leader there, Romanek. And there's a big amount of sideways action from James Clark as they go through the complex section. That is not how he would have wanted to negotiate that section as they head towards the hairpin, the final turn on this circuit, down onto the pitch straight. And he's really opened up the door of opportunity now for William Liston. Can Liston make a move going down into the first corner, Clervaux? He's going to take the outside line. Clark's got the advantage on the inside. Can James Clark hold him off? William Liston looks, and William Liston backs off. He thinks better of it. He knows that we've still got a few minutes of racing left. And he's just going to slot in behind James Clark for now. But Clark will be very grateful for that because that was a big mistake from the number 77. And this is a big straight as well for Liston to gain a lot of momentum and speed sitting in that slipstream. And there's no surprise, Clark's had to go really defensive with how he started himself on the circuit as well, taking that inside line as soon as possible. But Liston seems to have got the switchback enabled. William Liston going on what will be the outside through the first part of the Jim Clark S's. But again, he backs off and he thinks better of it. He knows that we've still got a lot of racing to do, but he's staying in the fight. This is brilliant to watch. Sunny in, how are they going to go through it? Side by side, that's how they're going to go through it. And they head through Sunny out in exactly the same way, tandem to one another this time. William Liston all over the back. He's diving around the outside, but James Clark is driving superbly on the defensive angle. But is he? All very sideways there as they head through complex. William Liston might have the run towards the hairpin now because he's got that inside line. And William Liston takes second position from James Clark because of Clark's mistake through the complex. Liston is ahead on the pitch straight, and Liston will charge to take the timing beacon and second place in this race. My goodness, what a move. Liston staying in there. James Clark looking for a way through to take back the place he's just lost. But Liston had the speed and the better line through Clovo, and indeed heading through Hawthorne, and now the chicane, and now once more they take that long uphill straight. Oh, and here comes William Liston, taking that defensive angle that James Clark had just held himself on the previous lap, and it didn't work out for him, but it looks like it might work out for Liston. James Clark is right in amongst it as they head towards the Jim Clark S's. He's got the inside as they go in. Will he have the racing advantage and the lead as he comes out? No, he's had to back off just a little bit and allow William Liston through. Once again, thinking of the 2 minutes that they've still got left racing. And speaking of the racing as well, Tilley still holding off Harrison, but we want to watch the fight that's going on between Liston and Clark, because that's the one that's really going to go down to the wire. James Clark all over the back of William Liston right now. Here they go through complex. This is where Clark made the mistake on the previous lap. My goodness, what a drive from these two. Liston running a little bit wide out of the complex section there, so didn't get such a good run towards the hairpin. Is this the moment now for James Clark? Will he have enough speed potentially to make a dive into turn one? Let's find out. Let's watch them go through as they take the timing beacon. James Clark is a bit too far back, unfortunately. He didn't quite have the speed that I thought he might do heading down into turn one. But these two are box office in this race for us. Brilliant, brilliant stuff to watch. And they head through chicane once more onto the long straight. On that last lap, they were separated by only 0.2 of a second in terms of their pace and their time, and they're separated by about 0.3 of a second on the timing beacons. Someone's gone straight on in the background. Someone went straight on, straight past our screens in the background. I believe that was Ben Tilley, because he's not in the picture anymore. I don't know where he's gone. He's completely beached it. There you can see Ben Tilley, who was fighting with Sam Harrison on what was pretty much going to be the last lap of the race. But it's good to see that he's getting out of his car. He'll be incredibly annoyed with himself that a little mistake right at the end of the race has cost him a finishing point and a points finishing position. But we'll go straight back to the racing action with William Liston and James Clark. 10 seconds left in this race. I believe I'm hearing that we're going to get one more lap of racing in. I don't think a checkered flag is being waved. No, we're going to have one more lap, because our race leader, Lucas Romanek, took the timing beacon before the clock expired. And there's 11 seconds between our race leader and William Liston in second place. And there is our race leader. You can see the yellow flags being waved because we've lost Ben Tilley off into the background of this circuit. He's joined the trees and the mud. But Lucas Romanek has driven a superb race, a Max Verstappen-esque drive, where he leaves the rest of the field behind him and focuses on keeping his consistent pace up for the entirety of the session, and as a result he will be rewarded with a race win if he can continue it for just one final lap. It's almost like he's determined on hunting down the back markers and at least lapping one person in this race. It'll be really interesting to see how the cars are lining up behind him. William Liston and James Clark will obviously also be fighting right the way to the checkered flag, but here comes Lucas Romanek. He's rounded the final turn. He's going to take the checkered flag of this race, and he wins the opening FF 1600 race, the opening Formula Ford race of the weekend here at Croft. And there in the background, William Liston is the first car to emerge through the hairpin, and he will claim second place. James Clark just behind him in third. But as I said earlier, box office stuff from both those drivers in their respective Formula Fords. Brilliant, brilliant work. And it's also no surprise that Lucas Romanek took the fastest lap of the race with a 1:27.9. Absolutely superb stuff from the man who was our pole sitter and now the overall victor in this race too. And here we go then, we'll take a look at how this race has finished. The first Formula Ford race of the weekend. Confirmation, Lucas Romanek is our race winner and indeed the man with the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.9, set much earlier on in the race, about the halfway mark. William Liston takes second, ahead of Samuel Harrison and James Clark. Clark has been demoted due to a time penalty, so obviously an infringement earlier on in the race. It'd be good to get Ian's thoughts on that down in Parc Fermé with the drivers. So instead of finishing third, he actually drops to fourth despite taking the timing beacon. And there was a penalty as well, time penalty for Robert Wainwright, fighting up from 7th. Would have finished higher, but because of that time penalty, he finishes in 6th. So a little bit of changing of positions as well, and unfortunately earlier on in the race we did lose Ben Tilley and we saw him disappear off into the background, into the ditches and to the marshland that surrounds this Croft circuit. But oh my goodness, what a first race these Formula Fords have had. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And with that, let's head down to Ian, who is in Parc Fermé, to get the thoughts of the drivers and indeed his own thoughts of what's been a brilliant, brilliant race.
To Parc Fermé, here he is, all by himself actually, is Lucas, but in the #1 spot there, taking the win. Let's have a chat with him. Let's let him get out of the car first. These are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Lucas, congratulations. Another driver who's really tall, by the way. Seems to be a bit of a theme here at Croft. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. I didn't get the best of starts, but then I was just able to get him into I think it's Tower Bend.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately, I haven't been in it for a long time. Come back, and yeah, it was all about having fun today, and I think we've done that.
Good. I'm glad you had a good time. Certainly when you got in front, that was it, wasn't it? Racing away. Well done, Lucas. Congratulations. Another race a little bit later as well. Let's grab Will over here as well. Well, that was some race for you guys, wasn't it? Certainly for second place. So I'll let you get your helmet off first. Just have a, I don't know if you can see in that cockpit. That is absolutely incredible. It's so tiny in there as well, doesn't it? Will, how was it?
Yeah, it was excellent. That was a lot of fun. You know,
this is what we go racing for, isn't it, right?
Oh, Formula Fords, you know, the way you can race and the chances you can take. We're too wide through the Clark S's. We're doing ridiculous stuff, but it's just so much fun and you trust the people you're around.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you've got another race to go a little bit later. More of the same?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to find a bit of speed to catch Lucas up the front, but, you know, Brian's given
me well away, actually, wasn't he?
Yeah, we sort of kept with him a bit, and then we started battling each other, and that was the end of it. We never saw him, but yeah, the car was fantastic, and we'll keep working on the driving, and hopefully by next race we'll have something more for him.
Excellent, top man. I look forward to seeing that. I really do. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? We've got James Clark over here. He's gone into third place, but I think he might have had a penalty. James, how's it going?
Good, yeah.
How was it for you?
Oh, it was good fun. Great race.
Yeah.
Obviously, hard battling with Will. I don't know what the penalty was for.
Well, I looked on TSL and it said you got a 5-second penalty, which I believe might have dropped you down a little bit. But don't take that from me, all right?
No, I saw the board, and the only thing I can think is track limits. But you're side by side through the S's of 120 miles an hour, banging wheels, like, you know, that's a bit ridiculous. But yeah, track limits as a whole, that's what's killing.
The racing is unbelievable though between you guys.
Exactly. Yeah,
really
I mean, Formula Ford's always like that.
Yeah.
And that's why, especially the Heroes Championship, is a lot more affordable than you know. I wouldn't be racing if it wasn't for this, for the structure of this championship.
Yeah.
And to be able to have, you know, I know that there's a few guys in the championship that are at the top that aren't racing this weekend, but it shows the strength and depth in that you can have 2 or 3 people drop out and you can still have a great race at the front. I mean, the racing was some of the best racing I've had in years.
I can see it on your face. You're
yeah,
smiling.
so it's a shame about the 5-second board. won't go too much into what I think about track.
No, feel free.
But yeah, but yeah, I don't want to put it down on it because that was probably the most fun I've had all year.
Excellent.
So yeah, looking forward to this afternoon.
Well done. And more of the same later, although maybe not track limits, but yeah. Cheers, mate. There we go. Excellent stuff indeed from the Formula Fords. They have another race coming up a little bit later, but more racing action. Like I said, it's wall to wall all the way through to the end of the day. So I'm going to hand you back to James to tell you what is coming up next.
Well, I'll tell you what's coming up, Ian. It's the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy that's coming up next. And Ian, thankfully, has been able to hear from some of those drivers earlier on today. Let's see what they had to say.
Right, everybody, it's almost time to get racing for the headlining act here. I've come down, we've got Harry Higton here. Qualifying's just finished actually, but we thought we'd nip down, grab a quick word. Harry, can we have a quick chat with you if that's all right now? The championship is very close, just a point between you and Sam, so everything matters here, doesn't it? Let's talk about conditions of the circuit, because it's not been ideal this morning, has it?
No, we've been umming and ahhing all day about what tyres we're going to use, and crazily, the fastest laps that the championship's ever done been set in a session where most of us started wets on, so it's a weird one. It's dried up really quick, but yeah, this track's got a lot of grip, to be fair, so even though there's a couple damp patches out there, the grip is still phenomenal. So, but yeah.
How does it feel, Harry, being the headline act here this weekend for Mini Festival?
Yeah, it does feel cool. It's obviously cool being with touring cars, but it is cool being up here. The headline action, hopefully the race everyone saw on TV a couple of weeks ago was a bit of an ad for this weekend, and so
well, you are back on the BTCC calendar a little bit later as well, aren't you?
Yeah, 2 weeks time we're at Silverstone National with touring cars, so hopefully we can put on a show this weekend and put on a show there as well.
Top man, headline act, Harry, thank you so much for talking to us. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we, as well? James, let's just grab James, shall we, for a quick chat if we can. James, good to see you, mate. How are you doing? You all right?
It's okay. Yeah, he's the result there. He's literally last lap I was thinking P5, I was like, okay, and then got down to 10th. So yeah, challenging session. Looking back, we should have gone slick, new straight away. But you got to roll the dice in the championship. We didn't roll it the right way today.
It's very difficult, isn't it? It's been very greasy this morning. In fact, we had fog this morning, didn't we? And you guys probably had the worst of it, right on the bubble there with which way to go.
Exactly, and we're the only championship here with slick tyres, so it's one of them where you sort of win or you lose, and we didn't really lose, but we're sort of mid-pack, so yeah, we can race from there. We know we're fast, so yeah, bring a race one today.
You're right up there in the championship, so I think you're 4th overall, aren't you? And this is the 5th meeting of the season, still 2 more to go, of course. Every point really matters, doesn't it? Are we going to see you on that top step this weekend?
I've been asked that quite a few times now. Yeah, I've fancied 6 points this morning, but that hasn't worked out, so I mean, the way you saw some cars come through at Donington, anything's possible. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be on the top step by the end of the weekend.
Top man, James, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there as well. Just stay with us a little bit, shall we, as well, if you wouldn't mind, just for a second. I just want to show you a car down here. Tomorrow, we've got a very special feature with these guys. I am going to take on one of these cars in a foot race. It's going to be up against Ashley Gregory. She's going to be driving the safety car tomorrow. That's going to be an awful lot of fun. Make sure you tune in for that. But it's time to go racing. First race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy here at Croft. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm going to hand over to your commentator James to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at those grids as we line up for this race. Sam Gornall is our pole sitter, Harry Higton just behind them, Gabe Fairbrother as well. They are the top 3 on this grid. Alex Solly joining them as well in the second row. Oliver Algieri, James Black, Ronnie Smith, Reese Lysett, Alex Keynes and Reese Hurd round off the top 10 and the front 5 rows of this grid. Joshua Wilby and Harvey Ryby in just behind them. Luca Marioni Osborne just behind him as well in 13th. 14th is Ashley Gregory, then Leo Purchase, Craig Morgan, Louis Fleet, Katia Loggy, Cameron Wood and Paul Manning make up the top 20. And on our third page of competitors in this race, we have Ben Taylor, Tommy Watson and Ricardo Monti. And we can see the 30-second border's gone out there, alerting the drivers of the green flag lap. And a lot of wheel spin there from Sam Gornall, our pole sitter in the number 96 car. But let's take a moment to talk about the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And the Cooper class is seen in the trophy category. It's the first rung on the ladder for anyone who wants to move into the Virtue Mini Challenge with the possibility of building a car to go racing for as little as £12,500. The car is well suited to drivers who are new to car racing, either as total novices who are heading out on track for the first time or as young guns looking to make the move up from karting. So it's a class of racing that comes with low build, entry and running costs to ensure that the series benefits from having large grids, and that means highly competitive racing across the entire field. Now, although this is an entry-level championship, the class does benefit from a high-profile position thanks to a position on the support package at several rounds of the British Touring Car Championship, which obviously come with large trackside audiences and TV coverage also alongside the British Touring Car Championship itself. Now, just a little bit about these cars. These are 1.6 litre normally aspirated engines, about 130 brake in each one of these. They've got several things that they can alter within a certain range, but obviously that is limited to try and keep the field as close and as competitive as possible. Everyone is running Goodyear tyres as well, and they do have a mandatory rear wing, which they do also run. And there is just there's an overview for you of what this championship is all about. And when we look at championship standings, as you found out earlier, Harry Higton is obviously at the front at the moment on 443 points, but 1 point behind him, Sam Gornall, also looking to stay in that championship fight and that championship battle. Gornall, of course, one of the most consistent throughout the year in terms of top 3 finishes. He's got several to his name, but Harry Higton has got more victories, one more victory than Sam Gornall, which obviously means that that's how they sit in this race at the moment. And Gornall is our pole sitter. Higton alongside him. Gabe Fairbrother in third and Alex Solly in fourth. Those are the front 2 rows. That is how they line up for this race. Those are the top 4 to keep your eyes on. There's the 5 seconds board. We are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit. And we are racing. It's a great start from Harry Higton on the right-hand side of your screen. He might have a better run down to turn 1 than Sam Gornall, but can Gornall get his Mini to the first turn quicker? No, he's going to lose out to Higton before they even get to turn 1 by the looks of things. Higton has got the full car around him, but Higton's off in the gravel. He's got too much sideways action, but he's managed to recover that really well. More people have gone off into the gravel to join him and follow suit, and everyone seems to have got through cleanly. But as I say that, there's a few bumpers touching each other, and there's more cars going off. I believe Higton went off again. It looks as though his right front might have snapped ever so slightly, and we've got a bonnet lid up as well. Chaos in this race in the first lap. Everyone bunching together in the first turn, and Higton has collided as well. He's obviously got that wonky front wheel, or it appeared wonky, sorry, as he was going down the straight. This is brilliant stuff on lap 1 from this grid of Mini Coopers, and Gornall still holding on to that race lead, but he's now got Fairbrother with him for company, and the rest of the field will head through the Jim Clark S's and try to catch up with those front runners. Sonny in now. And it is Fairbrother. Gabe Fairbrother's gone from third into second. Lots of cars touching the grass. Some cars touching a little bit too much of the grass. It's always tricky when the mist descends from the mud. And the sun is starting to shine now here at Croft. So a wet circuit, no more. Completely different conditions to the ones they qualified in this morning. So quite a lot of the drivers will argue that they're kind of driving blind right now because they haven't been able to practice on a circuit as dry as this one and as fast as this one yet this weekend. But here they go to take the timing beacon for the first time. Gornall still holding on to the lead ahead of Fairbrother. Harry Hickton's gone from second on the grid down to third after what was a bit of a disaster first lap. He's recovered it well, he's driving superbly, and he is holding on to third position as things stand. Good to see that Reece Lysett has also jumped up the order a little bit. He's gone from 8th all the way up to 5th, and it's a 3-place advancement on the opening lap, which is pretty impressive in this class of racing because this field are very tightly packed together from the get-go. So moves and overtakes are quite hard. Defensive position taken by Gornall, taking that inside line as they head through the Tower Bend, forcing Fairbrother to take the outside line and onto the grass. How's it going to shape up as they head through the Jim Clark S's? Well, Fairbrother says thank you very much. He's going to take the opportunity, but again, Gornall tries to close the door on him and shove Fairbrother out wide. This is brilliant stuff, and all the arguing has allowed Harry Hickton to come straight back into the equation. He's doing brilliantly well to come through. He's retaken the second place that he qualified with. He's very much back in contention for the victory in this race. There you can see Hickton all over the back of the leading car right now. The student from Kimpton. His ambition is to reach and win the British Touring Car Championship, and well, if he can drive like that in the opening couple of laps, going from disaster to staying in the fight, I'm sure that we are watching the evolution and development of a future great on the racing car stage here in the UK. Three-wheel action in turn one from the cars. Reece Lysett is piloting, and just behind him James Black, who's lost out to Lysett in these opening exchanges. Reece Hurd is climbing up the field as well. Hurd now up to 6th after starting in 10th, so 4 places gained in the opening stages. 16 minutes of racing left though. This is flying past just as much as the cars are flying past us on our screens now. Gornall still holding on to the lead ahead of Hickton. Fairbrother is happy with third at the moment, but pretty much touching and kissing the back of Harry Hickton's Mini. And in behind them, Alex Solly, he is holding on to 4th position right now. And Reece Lysett has gone all the way up to start challenging him. As we see the cars file cleanly through the Jim Clark S's. Is this the move now for Hickton on Sonny in, down the inside of Sam Gornall? He'll have the advantage on Sonny out. Fairbrother is right there in the fight as well. Is it going to be 2 overtakes on Sam Gornall in the space of 2 corners? Let's find out as they head into the complex section of the circuit. More cars going off the road and taking some dirt into the air. And it is Harry Hickton who's got the lead of this race ahead of Gornall now. Gornall all over the back of him though, desperately trying to look around the outside, has to slam on the brakes to avoid going into the boot of Hickton's car. They don't want to ruin that pink bodywork. And here they go to take the timing beacon and give us a new race order. Hickton, Harry Hickton, from going off into the gravel in turn 1 on lap 1, now has the lead of this race. Brilliant stuff from the rest of the field as well. Just look how tightly packed it is from first all the way down to 23rd. All of those cars are staying within touching distance of those in front of them, which is part of the beauty of championships like this. Harry Hickton sending them through the Jim Clark S's. He's got plenty of friends there for company as they head through those infamous curves. And on the lap where he previously made a big move in this race, he gives us some 3-wheel action. He gives us some mud in the air as well. And he gives us some raised heartbeats as well, because he's really giving everyone the opportunity, including Sam Gornall, to potentially have a look around him to retake the lead of this race. This is brilliant stuff to watch. Oh, Gornall looking down the inside into the hairpin, the final corner on the circuit. Gornall hoping to get the momentum and the run down into turn 1, but has he got the speed out of the hairpin to really challenge? No, he's going to slot in behind, he's going to take that slipstream. It looks as though they're stuck to each other like a concertina. I haven't seen a conga like that since my grandmother's wedding. Here we go, everyone. Heading through those first couple of corners again. Gornall trying to go around the outside of Higton. Higton just about keeping track position and keeping the lead as well. The top 5 have bunched up together as they're heading through the chicane out the back of the first section of the circuit, and they will take the long uphill. There'll be lots of slipstream advantage, lots of position changing, I reckon, as we head up into the Tower Bend. Let's see how the action unfolds. Higton still with the lead, but he has got a lot of cars diving down his inside. One of those fair, brother. Oh, Higton's connected. Higton's been connected by Reese Lysett. Lysett with an over-optimistic move down the inside, and he spun Higton out of the race. That's a big accident. And Reese Lysett went well off the circuit as a result of completely bottling that move. He's rejoined safely, but this completely ruined Harry Higton's afternoon, who was running so well after a really difficult first lap. And you might also say that that could be the end of the racing for the day for Harry Higton. Hopefully his team can work well to get that car back into racing order for tomorrow. But for now, that is the end of Harry Higton's day, but it's not the end of the race. There's no red flag, there's no yellow flag that I can see on the screen as well, although I'm sure one is being waved somewhere. And this is the front of the race again that we saw Gornall making a move down the hairpin. We know he's been looking for that for a while. And there is the sorry sight as well of Harry Higton off the circuit. And here we go, Gornall taking the lead and taking us down through the first couple of turns. Everyone will be particularly on edge after that incident, and Reese Hurd has capitalised on it big time. He's now gone from 10th to 2nd in this race. A brilliant, brilliant drive by the number 59. A roofer from Brockham. He just wants to win the title, and he's certainly going the right way about it. If he can make that many positions up in that little amount of laps, he's got a bright future ahead of him in the rest of this championship and in the years to come if he chooses to keep competing in it. Here we go now through the Jim Clark S's, and Hurd is all over the back of Gornall. It's probably not long until we see a move made by Hurd. Here we go then into Sunny Inn. We've seen the move made here before. Is it time for him to do one himself? No. They file through nicely as they head down towards the complex section of the circuit. You might be wondering why I keep calling it complex. It's literally called that. I mean, it's also pretty hard to negotiate your way around in these cars. Such is the skill of these drivers, they just make it look that easy. And here goes Gornall around the hairpin once more. Reese Hurd for company, and just in behind him in 3rd is James Black. We've had a lot of position changes, and we see a lot of boards come flying out to notify drivers of different changes and incidents. And they're filing through in the same conga fashion that they've enjoyed doing so in this race already. And now the back of the chicane, it will be Gornall that sends them up the hill. You just caught it in the corner of your screen there as we joined that shot. Harry Higton's Mini parked up at the side. He's out of this race. He was leading. He was the best driver out there, but he's not out there anymore, unfortunately for him. And annoyingly, for the man that caused the collision, Reese Lysett, he was lapping faster than anyone else in this race at 1:39.8 just before he connected with Harry Higton and went off himself. He's since gone into the pits and retired from this race. Also, he posted a 1:39.8 just before leaving this race, and the closest someone has got is Reese Hurd, posting a 1:39.9 a few laps ago now. And Reese is currently sitting in 2nd position in this race. minutes left in the first trophy race of the weekend. Another diving move around their hairpin in the background of this shot as we see the leaders take the timing beacon once more. And here they come across the line, separated by tenths of a second everywhere you look. Such is the skill of the drivers out there on display. They're confident enough to do that with each other right the way throughout this race. More gravel action, unfortunately though, for Ronnie Smith. But Smith is holding it together just like Hickton did on lap 1. Hickton found himself in there, but recovered well. I thought out the back of it that actually Hickton had a wonky wheel, but he didn't. My eyes were deceiving me. And there is Hickton's Mini parked up. All you can do is just watch this race as we watch the lead taken by Rhys Hurd as he dived down the inside of Sam Gornall. A brilliant move from the number 59. He has taken the lead of this race. And he is making a superb drive so far in these proceedings. Also, I cannot wait to hear from him after, wherever he finishes in this race. Because to go from 10th on the grid to finishing up leading the race with still plenty of time left is a phenomenal achievement. It's good to see so many comments as well, agreeing with how amazing this racing has been and what a treat it is this weekend. We've got some fans of Team Accelerate who are out there racing today, watching along at home. Hello to you and welcome along. Thank you for tuning in. Swazzle's asking how many bonks? A lot of banging into each other, a lot of scuffs going on, but there's nothing a little bit of T-cut can't fix these days, and a lovely little polishing cloth. Hello to Jacob watching from Donington. But our focus remains on the racing and the battle up front. Got a loose wing mirror as well there on Alex Solly's car. That's obviously where they've come very close with someone earlier on in this race, and Hurd is still leading the way with Gornall right behind him. Gornall will be desperate to make another move to retake the lead of this race because he's held it for so long at this stage. It would be a shame for him to let it go in his own head. But again, just brilliant to see how close they all are to each other. Even after 15 minutes of racing, we've still got 5 minutes more left to enjoy. As they head through Sunny Out now. Gabe Fairbrother, who was a front runner earlier on in this race, has obviously been rocked a little bit by the Harry Hickton incident. He will have been trying to keep himself out of trouble, and by doing so, he sits currently in 4th position, but he is all over the back of James Black. Black jumping up from starting 6th to now being in 3rd as a result of Lysa and Hickton coming together. As we watch the cars fire their way onto the pit straight once more. All lapping in and around the 140s at the moment, from 1st all the way down to 7th on the grid. And you can pretty much see them all there on the screen at once. That's, again, a testament to how close the racing is here, how brilliant the skill set of these drivers are, and just what an amazing championship has been able to be created here this weekend. Rhys Hurd takes us round Tower Bend and down towards the Jim Clark S's now. No one's in a position really to look for too much of a move, but as I mentioned already, the number 11 of Gabe Fairbrother was challenging for the lead at one stage in this race. At the moment he's sitting back in 4th, and I'm sure he'll be looking to make a move himself. You can see there, Alex Solly's definitely been in the wars. He's got stickers, wind mirrors and bumpers flapping off him there as he heads down towards the complex section. He's done well to keep himself going in this race. here we are with the leaders once more. Reese Hurd leading the way onto pit straight, getting ready to take the timing beacon. Let's see what the lap times are that get posted. Again, everyone's still lapping in the 140s, but interestingly, Sam Gornall in the car behind him is 140 dead, and our race leader is 140.2. So Gornall with the pace, but not exactly with the room to be able to exercise it right now, is the predicament that he finds himself in. Alex Solly as well, I must mention, is a 20-year-old motorsport engineer from Houghton Regis. So although his car has been in the wars and there's bits hanging off it, there's nothing a little bit of duct tape and a bit of motorsport engineering opportunity can't fix. So I'm sure we'll see that car back on the track for plenty more racing this weekend. 2 minutes left on the clock in this race and 2 minutes left in the first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Grid. Nice and tidy, but as I already mentioned, the first 6 cars on the grid staying together very, very close. They've separated themselves out from everyone else on this circuit because they're all lapping very much closely together in the 140s. And as I mentioned previously already, Sam Gornall is lapping quicker than our race leader. Don't ask me how that's possible. TSL never lies. But he still can't get past Reese Hurd. And we have a new fastest lap of the race as well. And I'm not saying that the weight management is coming into effect, but Alex Solly has posted the fastest lap of the race. Not sure how much of that car is off him and how much weight has been lost as a result, but he is now the quickest car out on that track as we see Gabe Fairbrother slipping back into the clutches of James Black. No, not James Black, sorry, Oliver Algeri. And it looks as though Fairbrother's had to go ultra defensive there in behind the leaders Hurd and Gornall. And he's keeping Algeri there at bay. But yes, a special mention to Alex Solly, who's posted the fastest lap of the race at 1:39.6. Right now, the fastest car out on that track. There's no surprise to see that he's really closed in on the drivers in front of them. And with 17 seconds left on the clock, you could say that this is probably the last lap of the race. You can see that the rear of his car is hanging on for dear life as they head down into the complex section. Algeri was looking down the inside of Fairbrother, but there wasn't enough room for him to make the move stick. And Gornall has got to start thinking about making a move as they head through the hairpin for the final time and onto the pit straight. The clock has expired. Is the checkered flag out? We'll wait to see it. Here comes the checkered flag, and here comes the race win for Reese Hurd in the number 59 Mini from 10th on the grid, starting to the overall victory. A fantastic drive for him. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. From lap 1 all the way to the end here at lap 12. It's been fantastic to watch, and I know that I've enjoyed watching it, and everyone that I've got in my ear has enjoyed watching it as well. And we're getting a lot more hellos of people that are enjoying watching. Jamesy Boy's loving it by the sounds of things as well. A hello to Caitlin Penny, I need to say, on the commentary. Paul Maxey's agreeing there's nothing gaffer tape can't repair. Paul, you are completely correct. It's a shame about the collision indeed, Caitlin. It was great, great racing up to that point. There you go, confirmation on the results. Alex Solly gets the fastest lap of the race at 1:39.6, set on the penultimate lap of this race. Reese Hurd takes the overall victory after starting from 10th on the grid. Sam Gornall just in behind him after starting on pole, and James Black takes the final podium spot in the overall finishing positions. But my goodness, what an absolute treat that we have witnessed here. Brilliant, brilliant racing from the get-go. Obviously disappointed that Harry Hickton was taken out in that race, but we still enjoyed every single moment of it. And we're now going to go down to join Ian, who's in Parc Fermé. Ian, let's find out all about that race from the driver's perspective.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We don't have any cars yet actually, but hopefully we'll have them very soon. We do have one car actually down here. Reece Lycett's car, of course, retired from the race. He is here. In fact, they are about to come into Parc Fermé. Now what a race that was though. Reece Hurd, of course, 4th win of the season for him. Let me just double check 1 minute, it did happen. Yes, so here he is. Reece Hurd, your race winner. I made that his 4th win of the season, actually. There's James Black as well. He's on the podium once again this season. Let's grab Reece for a quick chat, shall we? He must be absolutely delighted. Reece, I love that. How do you feel?
I mean, coming from 10th, I didn't expect it, to be honest.
Yeah, you came flying through there.
Yeah, well, qualifying wasn't a very good one. We got unlucky with the tyres, but I mean, made up for it all in the race.
I've got to say, that was something special, wasn't it? I don't know, I was watching you guys go around. I don't know how you stay so focused with your wing mirror full of all these minis.
Yeah, well, as soon as I got past Sam, I knew that down the straights he'd be able to pull back up to me, but I managed to just gap him in the right spots and just hold it to the flag.
Congratulations, mate. Well done. Good stuff. Just follow me round a second because I want to grab Sam for a quick chat if we can. Sam, can I just grab you down here if we can have a quick chat? Not a P1, but a P2. Still a decent result and good for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, beat both my championship rivals, so great points. And yeah, I was happy just to sit behind Reece at the end there. Just points what matters.
This is a long weekend, and there's still, of course, a couple of rounds after this to go. So you're playing the championship game here.
Yeah, I'm definitely playing the championship game.
Top man, Sam. Well done. It's good to see you as well, mate. Nice one. Good stuff. Let's grab James. Quick chat if we can. Hey, mate, another podium. Good stuff.
Yeah, finally. That was 20 minutes is too long. Can we shorten the races a little bit?
I'm afraid I don't have any influence on that whatsoever, and I don't think anybody watching wants it to be any shorter. In fact, we want it to be longer. It's that good.
I know, it's a proper scrappy out there, and say a bit too much here or there, but yeah, happy to keep the podium streak up and say, yeah, we survive another race, another podium, and yeah, let's hope the reverse grid number is quite small. And yeah, try and replicate that tomorrow.
Congratulations, mate. Great to see you again. Good stuff on the podium. A little bit earlier, if you missed it, by the way, we did have our... I just want to chat to Ashley Gregory if we can. I think we can stay with us. We did try and get as many drivers in one of these minis as we possibly can. So let's go have a quick chat with Ashley. How are we doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
How's the race?
It was difficult, to be honest. We started P14. We knew there was a lot of quick cars in front of us. Unfortunately, we was at the receiving end of contact in the early stages, so it put us on the back foot a little bit. But finished P11, 2 overtakes on the last lap, so we'll take that.
I was going to say, you were really putting on a show out there. Just come round, actually, Ashley, if we can, because I know we want to see you on the grid next season. We want to see your car as well. I just want to give a shout out to some of the people who've given you support this season.
Yeah, 100%. So obviously I couldn't go race without sponsors. It's a family run team, so I'd just like to give a massive shout out to Gianluca Photography, Salford Van and Car Hire, Pecometer Software Limited. If you need a website, they're your go-to guys. McGowan Transcriptions, Fuchs, Northcote for the wheels, Maybrook Fleet Care, Umbra Security Group, who are new this weekend, and we've got HMS Haulage. So shout out to all you guys. I couldn't be here without you.
Fantastic. Well said, Ashley, and we'll see you in the morning for our race as well. Yes, coming up tomorrow, me and Ashley are going toe to toe. She's going to be driving the safety car. I'm going to be on foot. At what point does horsepower beat manpower? Can I beat Ashley Gregory in the safety car over a distance of about 5 metres or 10 metres or so from a standing start? We are going to film that tomorrow morning. You will see it live in the live stream. It is going to be a cracker. Right, as I promised, all day long, it's wall-to-wall racing now right until the close of play, and we have more coming up now. It is time for the second race of the weekend for the Scottish Mini Coopers. So I'm going to hand over to James, who's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Ian. But just before we get into more racing action, it's time to hear from more drivers, because you've been a busy boy around the grid. So let's find out what they had to say.
Oh, hello everybody. Yeah, welcome down to BARC, mate. Wasn't aware that you were coming straight down so quick. Here we go. Jamie Blake picking up the win there. First race of the day is done in difficult conditions as well. Let's grab a quick word of it. Of course, we've got Craig next to him as well. Let's bring it on. Craig, very quickly, little shake in the head there.
I'm too old for this.
He's not.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Croft. Welcome back to more racing on this fantastic weekend. We have the second Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race for you, and here is how they're going to line up. Jamie Blake and Craig Blake on the front row together, Ross Wilkinson and Rich Flett just behind them. And then they're broken up a little bit on row 4, the second group of racers. Chad Little, Jack Irvine, Jason Ballantyne and Robbie Dalgleish. And here we go, the second page of competitors. Ollie Mortimer and Daniel Patterson together. Stuart McFadden, Ian Munro, Jacob Heap alongside Martin Vitunga, Michael Williams, Jensen Bell, Barry Holmes and Blair Dryberg. And the final page of competitors, Ewan Robertson, Curtis Passon and Jonathan Wild round off this grid of competitors ahead of yet more racing here this weekend. And here we go for the green flag lap. Now it is a green flag lap. Confirmation of that. We were caught out on it earlier, but I've had the voices in my head, not the normal ones that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. The voices in my head when I do this racing, they've confirmed with me that it is a green flag lap, and they'll get used to this much drier track, much faster track than it was this morning. Plenty of rubber laid down into it as well, and you can see the cars giving it their all to get warmed up and ready. Must apologise as well for my pronunciations earlier on into the day in the Mini Cooper Cup grid. Martin Wijatunga lines up in 16th position. I have been saying that wrong. I've been corrected in the comments section, and I hope I've done a good enough job. I apologise if I still haven't. There we go, Wijatunga. Keep my eye on him throughout the race, because he's got the support in the group, in the chat, and I'm sure that he knows that going out onto this racetrack for the second race today. And I'm particularly excited to see Jamie and Craig Blake once again go head-to-head with each other. We saw how entertaining the racing was earlier on today in this series. They got the whole weekend started off for us, really, and they started it off in fantastic fashion for us. We've gone from race 1 all the way to race 6 where we are now, with just buckets of entertainment, and long may it continue for all of you tuning in from around the world and across the country. Thank you for tuning in as well. It really means a lot to have your support behind these amazing championships. Oh, Sean, you're too kind. I would just say, no, you're great coverage, but I'm not sure it works like that. But thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate you watching along, and I hope you are enjoying it this weekend. We appreciate everyone tuning in here today to show your support for all of the drivers out there this weekend. And once again, another massive thank you to our amazing coverage team, Simon, our director, and all of the camera operators who are out there at the circuit, and indeed Ian, getting stuck in and kept busy throughout the entirety of today. I've been told he's not even made it to the sandwich buffet or the mini hospitality yet, so he really has been working hard. And you can see them there on your screen as well. The marshals and stewards who make events like this possible every single weekend up and down the country. Without you, it's simply not possible, so thank you very much. And well, just as we finish all the thank yous, it's very much time for us to get ready to watch more racing action. We are ready to go racing here at Croft. The 5-second board was out. We are ready to go. We are racing a couple of false starts there towards the back of the grid, but it's a fantastic start by one of the Blakes, by Jamie Blake on the inside, getting that great start from pole position. And it is going to be Jamie Blake who leads us through into turn one. There's a lot of bumping into each other from the rest of the pack as they head through those first corners. Some people taking the gravel line. That's not the racing line, and they're going to want to quickly correct themselves as we head up through the first couple of turns and through the chicane. Someone's gone on very wide there in the background. That's Craig Blake. He's struggling here at the start, and he's still not come off the grass. This is disaster stuff from him at the beginning of this second round of racing. And we're going 4 abreast now as well into the Tower Bend 2. This is brilliant stuff. There's Ian Munro's yellow Mini from earlier. Great to see him still getting stuck in that yellow racing machine, and Jamie Blake flying out front in the lead of this race. It'll be interesting to see if Craig can recover this right from the very back now. More grass and more mud being taken up into the air by those further down the grid. But there's our race leader, Jamie Blake, in his red Mini Cooper. As I mentioned and alluded to already, slightly biased to the red racing machine of Jamie Blake. Looks very similar to a Mini that once held my heart, and I held the car keys too. So it's nice to see him taking the lead in that red livery. I'm being told off by my director for having favourites, but I'm sorry, it just happens occasionally, Simon. Here we go then. Everyone steaming through after the first lap of racing. And whilst Jamie Blake has the lead, Rich Fleck's gone from 4th into 2nd and is challenging certainly to the lead. All three-wheel action from the number 333, Ewan Robertson, going through that first corner. His left rear was very well and truly up in the air, up off the ground, and just along for the ride, really. Well, and there's a move from the number 52 of Michael Williams around the outside of him, but we cut to more racing action up towards the front. Jack Irvine keeping his position at the front, taking a defensive inside line and holding his ground. We see Chad Little leading that group in the number 25. Oh, big overtaking move down the inside on Sonny in and heading towards Sonny out from Ollie Mortimer. Is going to stick by the looks of things on Jack Irvine. So Ollie Mortimer's made a really good move. He's gone from starting 11th in this race, now moving up into about 5th position. Obviously, it's not live timings on our left-hand side. Those will update when they take the timing beacon each time. But Ollie Mortimer, as things stand, has advanced about 6 positions in this race. So fantastic driving from the championship leader so far. More grass being taken by drivers as they go through the hairpin turn onto pit straight. Jamie Blake still has the lead of this race as well as he took the timing beacon. Rich Fleck just behind him, and Ross Wilkinson in 3rd comfortably, and the rest of the field scrapping it out as they're so tightly bunched together. That's a lot of gravel taken there by Craig Blake as he tries to make up for the fact that he's a lot further down than he'd like to be, really wrestling with that car to get back up towards the front of the grid. And he's now got Ian Munro in his sights, but he's breezing past him. Such is the power of that Cooper S versus the standard Coopers in this class. And just coming out the back of Tower Bend as well, Craig Blake makes another move. So Craig Blake on a mission after what was a disastrous lap 1. He is climbing the timing sheets. And he's lapping pretty well as well to go along with it. His last lap was a 140.5. So actually that is quite slow, to be fair, as we see more dust and more dirt being thrown up into the air, and it probably won't be nice for him to hear that Jamie Blake is lapping in the 1:36.5s. So, but here's a move from Ollie Mortimer, going down the inside of the number 25, Chad Little. Little just about holding on to the position, but Ollie Mortimer's going to have the run down into turn 1, but he will end up with the outside line. Is he going to be able to take the position going around that first turn? He doesn't want to end up in the gravel. Let's see how Little and Mortimer file their way through the first turn. Little pushing Mortimer out wide, so Mortimer has to back off. Can see that the position can't be taken on this occasion, but maybe he fancies his chances as they head round the final part of that first section through Hawthorne and the chicane and up that long hill towards Tower Bend. My goodness, what a race so far. And just as I was talking about there racing, Craig Blake in his Cooper S is coming steaming past. He'll want to go around the outside, get that move done nice and quickly. Ollie Mortimer is also thinking about taking a similar line on Chad Little. Little is pushing him right to the outside and off this circuit as well. Very aggressive racing there from the number 25. I wonder how happy Ollie Mortimer will be about that as they head through the Jim Clark S's side by side. Mortimer taking more of the track to stay in contention. Little's got a time penalty, a 10-second racing time penalty. That's just come through on TSL, but because unfortunately that doesn't come through with a reason to me, I cannot confirm with you, so we'll have to wait for Ian to confirm with us later on what exactly that time penalty is for. So as things stand, he slips well down the order. So perhaps if the message can be relayed to Ollie Mortimer through a pit board, then he won't panic so much about the fact that he doesn't need to risk too much against Chad Little, because Little will drop down the order. I say that, Ollie Mortimer's practically kissing the rear bumper of Chad Little's car. Well, straightforward couple of first turns for Mortimer and Little. Sees them come through to the chicane section now, and that'll see them onto the long straight heading up towards Tower Hill now. And is this the moment for Ollie Mortimer to make a move? Here he goes. He's going to have the outside line going into the Tower Hill, the Tower Bend. But he hasn't quite got the advantages that he wanted, so he backed off, took the racing line, let Chad Little through, and Little will lead them through into the Jim Clark S's. Well, and there's our race leader now, Jamie Blake, as well. He's got a lead of just over 4 seconds. He's also got the fastest lap of this race so far. He's lapping in about the 1:37s at the moment, but he did a 1:36.5 fastest lap of the race. And on that occasion, he lapped a 1:36.6, so pretty much matching his best performance in this race so far. But Craig Blake is on the charge, bearing down on Jamie Blake after that disastrous lap 1. He is driving like a man possessed right now. He's down into the 1:37 deads right now. Slowly getting quicker and quicker and quicker as his confidence on this track continues to evolve and improve. We'll probably see him appear in a moment in that shot. But we've come back to join Jamie at the very front of this field. And Richard Flett is behind him in second. Ross Wilkinson currently sitting in third, and Craig Blake in fourth as things stand. In that number 95, you can hear him in the camera's atmosphere mic that he's just gone through as well, so he's really not that far behind our front 4 cars. As we search to try and find him, we will find ourselves with Jamie Blake in the complex section. As he approaches, here he is now on screen. Just perhaps thinking about starting to not take the foot off the gas a little bit, but start to calm down and settle into this race a little bit more. He's built up a lead. He knows he's got the pace as well to stay out front as well. And you don't want to risk anything too much, because if he makes a big mistake, he's inviting the likes of Rich Flett and Ross Wilkinson back into contention for the victory in this race. Got some cheers coming in for Martin Wijatunga in the number 27 car from Brian. Thanks for tuning in, Brian. Got some cheering from Catriona. Come on, Team Vehicle Hub Scotland. And who doesn't love a Mini? Lots of people getting involved in the chat underneath this stream, and lots of people involved in watching this stream as well. Thank you for tuning in this weekend to Croft Circuit and for the Mini Festival. Plenty of racing action throughout the course of this weekend, and this is the second Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race of the day. And with 4 minutes left on the clock, it's that man, Jamie Blake, with the lead, with a substantial lead now, about 6.5 seconds between him and second place. And there is second, as you can see coming through just now, Rich Flett, with Ross Wilkinson shortly behind in second and third respectively, and Craig Blake in fourth. Chad Little, you can see they're running in fifth, but does have a 10-second time penalty attached to his name. Once again, we will try and find out what that is for from Ian when we go down to join him in Parc Fermé after the race. But there's Rich Flett in second, really settling into this race now, the top three. They've put up a big advantage over those behind them. Craig Blake's advancement forward seems to have slowed ever so slightly. His pace is still improving. He's gone from the 137s into the 136s now. He's only the second car on the grid to do exactly that. His fastest lap on the race has just been set as well, 136.6. So he's only 2/10 off the best one set by Jamie Blake out front. So it's a shame that those two aren't racing closer to each other, because they provided such great entertainment earlier on in the day. Oh, and here's a move for us to get our teeth stuck into. Michael Williams going around the outside of the hairpin there. We've not seen a move like that done for a while. And Michael's going to have the move completed by turn one as well. He's also going to have his right rear up in the air. Oh, and he's got the number 12. You have Jacob Heap for company on his inside through that opening part of the lap for company. And they'll head up the long hill now towards the Tower Bend. Let's join them for that. Let's ride along with them as they head towards Tower Bend. What's going to happen here? Heap is diving down the inside. Heap's retaken the position that he lost at the end of the pit straight. Is he going to make it stick though? Because he left the outside wide open, the inside door wide open, sorry. And that's exactly what's happened. Michael Williams has gone straight back through, and Jacob Heap has lost out after an incredible dive, really, by the number 12 Cooper. Brilliant racing from the number 52 and the number 12. Fantastic that we're still watching this racing, even at the latter stages of this race overall. And he's got to be careful because he's slipping back into the clutches of other competitors. Oh, lots of oversteer there from the car behind Wijatunga. It's the car of Ewan Robertson, the 333. It looked as though he was handling a racing triple threat as well. Understeer, oversteer, grass, but back on the tarmac, safe as you like it. And back to racing normality a little bit. There's Ian Munro, sniffing around the back of Daniel Patterson in the first corner. What can Munro do? Well, he's keeping Jack Irvine at bay, which is pretty good going, because Irvine started much further up the grid. And there's Chad Little and Ollie Mortimer out in front, leading that secondary pack. The pack of Coopers, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, I'm sure it means that Jamie Blake, our leader, is going to take us around, with this being the final lap, depending on where he is on the circuit. And a move, it looked like a move was going to be done there by Daniel Patterson, but there just wasn't the space for him to get around. It just wasn't the space for him to get around Jason Ballantyne. And we are going to get one more lap of racing here at Croft. There is Jamie Blake. There is his lovely red Mini Cooper heading through the chicane. at the first section of that track and up the hill towards Tower Bend for the final time today. And he's driven superbly well, nice and clean at the beginning. Knew what he had to do to make things stick. They've got one more race tomorrow, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. And in the second race today, he is driven remarkably well, already catching up to back markers, looking for a nice clean pass and not too much disruption. But he hasn't got anyone to really bother him too much from behind. So for now, we'll just enjoy the view of him gliding through sunny in and sunny out and down on towards Complex. There's some car debris on the track as well, which Blake needs to be mindful for as well. Don't want to get a puncture on the last lap of the race. Ducks to the inside of that and avoids it, says no thank you. And here we go then, around the hairpin for the final time. Jamie Blake comes in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Around that hairpin, onto pit straight. He will take victory in the second race this weekend for the series, and he will take victory by a substantial margin also. A brilliant drive from Jamie Blake, and Rich Flett will come round the hairpin turn as well, weaving from side to side to celebrate a second place finish. That often feels like a victory in races where it was so hair-raising in the first lap alone, and Ross Wilkinson will be happy that he kept it clean to come through in third, and Craig Blake fall all the way back into fourth to finish there now. Right, the racing isn't done, and there's a lot of grass taken there, a lot of grass going through sunny out, and it looks as though the 18 is going to hit the wall and completely miss out. No! Daniel Patterson just kept it together, fighting to the end with Jason Ballantyne, and both of them did well to avoid the wall. And it's Jack Irvine who's benefited from all the kerfuffle. He's got ahead of Ian Munro, and he's got ahead of the rest of the cars too, and he'll head round the final 10 to claim 5th place. Brilliant stuff from Jack Irvine. And there he goes, crossing the line. Sorry, no, he'll claim 6th position, because remember I mentioned that 10-second time penalty for Chad Little, so you can see his finishing position drop down the order. Ollie Mortimer takes 5th. And Jack Irvine, thanks to the brilliant work of his drive today, he'll slot into the position that Chad would have taken without that time penalty. Well, let's take a look at the official finishing grid. And the official fastest lap of the race was completed by Jamie Blake as well. 1:36.4 by our race winner was the fastest lap, set on lap 7. And there you have it. Jamie Blake, Rich Flett and Ross Wilkinson get the overall podium finish. But victories in class for Blake Wilkinson and Ollie Mortimer, respectively. So that will add to his championship points tally. He is the man out in front at the moment. He is the driver to beat in this series right now. And at the moment, he certainly is showing why he is the one to beat, because he's driving superbly. But Jamie Blake will be really happy with his performance in that race. Didn't really set a foot wrong, and he dealt really well with what was a very touch and go start to the race, because we had people in the gravel, we had people like Craig Blake pretty much riding the grass for most of the way up that straight towards the Tower Bend. And then you can see them coming round hairpin for the final time, filing into the pits, and they'll start getting their cars into their gym jams, drinking the warm milk and getting ready for an evening of rest before one final race tomorrow to determine who will end up taking the most points away from this weekend. But let's find out more about that race from the driver's perspective. We're going to head down to Ian, and hopefully he can tell us a bit more about that Chad Little penalty too. Ian, it's down to you.
Yeah, welcome to Park Firm, everybody. It's been a very good day for this man, hasn't it? Jamie Blake taking the outright win there. Car's just rolling forward, actually. Hopefully we can get it stopped so we can have a quick word of him. Just a note there as well on Chad Little. Was absolutely flying in class, wasn't he? 10-second time penalty, really dropped him down, handed Ollie Mortimer the win. We'll see if we can grab a word with him very shortly. Let's get Jamie out, shall we, and have a quick chat with him. The Scottish Minis have certainly put a show on today, and I'll tell you something, Jamie, he was not letting up at all either, despite having a comfortable, dare we say comfortable, is there anything ever comfortable in motorsport? Sorry Jamie, I'm trying not to, this door's going to close automatically, you know when you're trying to hold it, it's really awkward. Listen, you were really going for that even at the end, even when you didn't have to, you had a decent lead, shall we say. You were still charging around there.
I was just kind of having a bit of fun on some of the corners, trying to see how fast I could go in.
Are you one of these drivers where if you decide to take it easy, you might make mistakes, you've just got to go hard all the time?
I'd say I'm just trying to have a bit of fun with it, really. Just kind of built up a big gap, so I thought I'd see how quick I could go into some of the corners. So.
Top man, it's been a perfect day for you. Well done, congratulations. We'll catch up tomorrow as well. I really did want to catch up with Ollie Mortimer as well. Look, we got Rich here as well, second place overall in that race. So let's grab a quick word with Rich, because I hadn't spoken to you today actually. Rich, congratulations. How was that?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I've got a bit of a brake issue, but it seems to be manageable. So better result than race one, which obviously wasn't the greatest. So just try to manage the tyres a little bit. A bit of a flat spot from race one. So not the roundest of tyres, but we made it work.
Is there anything that can be done about him in front?
It's just he's got so much experience with the car. It's you know, I mean, this is my second season, so a lot to learn still. It's just the racecraft side of it. You're always learning that, so it is what it is. But I mean, I've had a great race, so we've had a good season on all season so far, so it's been good.
Even more tomorrow as well. Thank you, Rich. Really do appreciate that as well. Yes, like I said, multiple classes in this as well. Ollie Mortimer picking up the win, so I did want to chat to him as well. We've got Chad now. I don't know Chad. Is that Chad? Chad. Quick chat if we can. Of course, first over the line, he did really well, but then time penalty.
Yeah. Cooper forward a little bit when the lights went out. Well, before the lights went out, I should say.
Oh, is that what it was for?
Yeah.
So, okay.
10-second penalty. So I was trying to get as big a gap as I could to put us in a better position for the next race, but I think I'll be 11th.
Yes, I think that's
hard work for nothing, really.
Well, did you enjoy yourself though? I mean, you must. If it happened so early on, then at the start, you must have known it was coming.
Yeah, I knew off second lap, I think.
Right.
So, disappointing, but
you never gave up though, mate.
No.
And you still got a smile on your face. Come on, eh? Come on. Top man, better luck tomorrow as well. Let's just keep moving down, shall we? See if there's anybody else. This is Jack Irvine's car. The engine's running, so but there's nobody in it. So anyway, second place for him in class. Brilliant stuff indeed. Ollie Mortimer picking up the outright win. He was a championship leader as well coming into this event. One more race tomorrow for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well. I'm looking forward to that. But that's not it. We've still got more action here today at Croft. We've still got the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and rounding out the day, the second race for the Formula Ford. So I'm going to hand you over to your commentator, James, who will take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, before we get to the next round of racing, let's hear what the drivers have to say from that Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport Series.
Okay, we're going 5, 4. Right, I've popped down to see Jamie Ringer here from the Mini Challenge Club Sport. And Jamie, it's been an eventful day for you so far, is it? Qualifying didn't quite go to plan, but race one was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was qualifying. We had a couple of issues. Thought I wasn't going to finish, went back out, broke a drive shaft. So started at the back of the grid, and then, made a few places. I've got in a P3 in class.
Nice.
So yeah, just full sending it.
What's the expectation in for race 2 coming up?
Go for the win, mate.
Yes.
Always go for the win.
Come on, Jamie, I love it when you say that.
Yeah, send it off the line and see where I can go, mate. But it's Freddie. We'll get past Freddie, mate.
Got to get past Freddie. Well, look, we're going to watch your race very shortly. Looking forward to it. Before we get to that, though, I know something special's coming up this weekend, isn't it?
That's right. It's my granddad's 83rd birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Grandad. I hope you have a good one.
What's his name?
Joe.
Joe, happy birthday from everybody here at Croft. Have a wonderful day. And actually, Jamie, there's been quite a bit of love on social media for you today. Have you got a word for all of the many people watching and tuning in to see you?
Thank you very much. And I'll try and win. I'll try and win later. Car holds out. We'll be right. We'll be right.
So, man, Jamie, best of luck for the race. Joe, happy birthday for tomorrow, and everybody enjoy this race. It's going to be a corker. James, over to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Croft Circuit. More racing to be had here this weekend, and it is the 7th race today, the 2nd Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports race, and this is how they line up. Stephen Berry, Ross Alexander and Colin Wilmot in that leading class at the front in Cooper S's. And they have Charlie Newton-Darby and Freddie Hewitt just behind them on that first page of competitors. On page 2, we start off with Zach Blackwell, Gary Papworth, Jamie Ringer, Lee Campbell, Matthew Hibbard, Charles Heatley, Sophie Wright, Paul Sawyer, Freya Belk, David Maguire. They are the ones that round off page 2 of competitors. And on page 3, we have Lauren Taylor, Alan Lee and Ben Trundley. Trundley has had a penalty imposed on him, a grid penalty for causing a collision in the previous race, hence why he's starting 23rd at that back of that second pack of racing. 29th is Andy Langley, 30th is Daniel Truman. And then slotting in at 31st is Neil Clark. Adrian Lingy is at 32, and in 33rd is Jeffrey Surrey. They slot in those slots, not because we've got 33 cars on the grid, just because we're giving ourselves a bit of a gap in between each different class that's racing on the track in this one. Well, there's another lovely Union Jack livery for us towards the back of the grid again. I believe that's the number 53 of Neil Clark. We've seen one of those already in the Mighty Mini series. And you can see it there now in all of its glory. Just seems right having a Mini that's a massive Union Jack, or at least has a Union Jack on the roof. And this will be a green flag lap before we go racing properly. Stephen Berry there on the left-hand side of your screen is our pole sitter. Ross Alexander to the right-hand side of him. We saw how happy Ross was at the end of the last race. And I saw how happy he was earlier on in the season racing at Thruxton, another really fast circuit similar to this one. And the trend has continued this weekend. Colin Wilmot is alongside them in that 3rd position slot. We've got a bit of a delay here to the green flag lap. Got one of the marshals waving a car down. And that is because Zach Blackwell hadn't taken the correct position on the grid. But he is now in. Wipers still going and all. I can't see any rain or to give us a reason to have wipers going. There goes the 30-second warning board out ahead of the green flag lap. And as we mentioned already today, this track has completely changed from what it started life out as at the beginning of the day's proceedings when everyone was running their practice and qualifying sessions. Oh, a bit of a stall there, or a slow start from Jamie Ringer. I think he needs his afternoon coffee to kick in if that was slow reactions, or maybe there was a slip on the clutch as that was engaging. I'm not sure, but whatever it was, he'll be hoping to not repeat it as the race starts again very soon. Lots of people backing Ross and Jamie in the comments as well. Oh, and a big thank you to Sean. He's had to go off away, but he hopes we enjoy the rest of the day. Sean, I hope you enjoyed today. I know you probably can't hear that right now because you've gone, but thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in to watch this coverage here live from Croft Circuit and support all of the different series that are racing here this weekend. A reminder of those cars that are going to be at the front of the pack in this race, those who will be right in the thick of it heading into turn 1 with each other. Stephen Berry, Ross Alexander and Colin Wilmot are your front 3 cars. Of course, I need to give another mention to the wonderful Gary Papworth, who's driving that Clubman. It's a fantastic looking car. As I mentioned earlier, if you missed out, I think the Clubman's a fantastic looking car. One day I hope to own one myself. Probably not Gary's. I'm not sure I should be trusted with that. But it is fantastic to watch go around. Very reminiscent of those famous Volvos that tore it up in touring cars. Britland Model says, Ross is my older brother, he's got this. You believe in Ross. He's backing Ross Alexander to get the victory today from second on the grid. Anything's possible when you're that close to the front, that's for sure. A good luck to Keith in the number 77 as well in the black and orange Cooper. That's from Jason. Jason, thank you for tuning in. Sean reckons he's going to be back tomorrow as well. Yes, Sean. Fantastic that we've not put you off and that you want to return for more racing action tomorrow. Darren's wishing good luck to Ross as well. There's a lot of support here for Ross Alexander in the chat, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes through the first turn. More good lucks as well to Jamie and Ross in the YouTube chat as we see the cars taking their places on the grid for the first time in this race. Here we go, the cars are lined up. They are ready to go racing. We are ready for them to go racing. We are poised. The 5-second board is out. And we are racing here at Croft Circuit. One more. It's a brilliant start from Stephen Berry, but rightly so from Ross Alexander. Also, Newton Darby might have got the leap on Colin Wilmot as well, because Wilmot really struggled to get a ray there. And Stephen Berry's going to have the lead going into the first turn. Ross Alexander slips in behind, but it looks as though Newton Darby and Freddie Hewitt have leapt ahead of Colin Wilmot. So they'll slot into third and fourth and really capitalise on the mistake made by the number 70 Mini Cooper. There you go, confirmation that it is Freddie Hewitt who slipped into third position there ahead of Charlie Newton Darby. Colin Wilmot has lost out to those who were behind him who got much better starts. And Zach Blackwell has gone ahead even as well, and wow, Jamie Ringer has leapt up the field to already be challenging up towards the front. It's a really, really bad start, unfortunately, from Colin Wilmot, but I'm sure he can make up for that because he's got the pace to do some damage as this race evolves. 15 minutes after all, a lot can happen in 15 minutes, so let's see what happens on this occasion. There is Stephen Berry with the lead of this race, and Ross Alexander just in behind him. Not quite three-wheeled action just yet, but they're certainly gunning for it in this race. The conditions are ideal for them to absolutely go for it, and that is what we are being treated to. Stephen Berry takes the timing beacons for the first time. Ross Alexander is in second, right on his tail. And there are our race leaders. Berry and Alexander go through the chicane together after that first part of the circuit. And behind them, Freddie Hewitt is keeping them company. Jamie Ringer's having a fantastic race so far. He's gone from right back on row 7 all the way up to competing with those who would have been on the second row. But he's got to be careful of Zach Blackwell right behind him, having a sniff around to see if he can get around the corner of that boot and up another place in this race. Charlie Newton Darby's lost out to both of them. He led them at the beginning of this race. He qualified, well, he was positioned ahead of them at the start, but he's fallen behind now. And the man looking to make up for things desperately is Colin Wilmot. He slipped right down the order, unfortunately. Don't write him off just yet. Even though it sounds like I just did, I definitely am not. Out the back of Sunny Out now, and onto the straight towards the complex. Here are our leaders. Alexander still keeping within touching distance of Berry. Jamie Ringer, as I've said already, has done fantastically well to get up so quickly towards the front of the field. Running in 5th, but could very easily challenge towards those overall podium positions if he starts getting a bit of pace going. Look at the gap that Ringer's been able to build for himself already with Blackwell behind. So he'll have his eyes firmly set on Freddie Hewitt in the number 5 Mini just ahead of him. Hewitt obviously having a strong race earlier on today. This is the 2nd race in this Challenge Club Sport Series. And going into Tower Bench, you can see Hewitt going through cleanly. Unfortunately, Blackwell is not quite close enough to make a move on this occasion, but he is closing that gap. He obviously has a stronger middle section and latter stage of the circuit than Ringer, but Ringer much more comfortable through that hairpin and the long straight. There's our race leader, Stephen Berry, in his very fetchingly dressed Coupe Cooper. And again, it's one of those ones where, love it or hate it, you've got to respect it's a very good looking car at the end of the day. That iconic Mini shape. It looks fantastic in that livery, very well put together by Stephen Berry and his entire team, and Ross Alexander as well following suit in similar fashion. His team putting him right towards the front, and he is indeed right at the front as well. Daniel Saxon's cheering for Jamie in the comments as well. Jamie Ringer, the number 959, who's already made good progress so far in this race. Lots of support for Jamie and Ross. Thank you for sticking with us throughout today. This is race 7 of 8 today at Croft. Lots of racing today, lots of racing tomorrow as well. 6 races in total tomorrow after the 8 today that we're enjoying. But we're not going to focus too much on that just yet, because we've still got over 9.5 minutes of racing in this one to enjoy. Race number 7 of the weekend. Berry and Alexander going round Tower Bend together nicely. Both choosing very different racing lines, so it's interesting to note whether Stephen Berry is thinking defensively already in the fashion that he drives around this Croft circuit, or whether he just thinks he's got a slightly faster idea than Ross Alexander does going around this track. There's Freddie Hewitt as well, and Jamie Ringer follows through. The Jim Clark S is in behind him. Still got Zach Blackwell for company. Stephen Berry there disappearing off into the distance of your screen is the fastest car out on the track right now. His fastest lap of the race was the last lap that he set, 1:34.74. But you know what? Ross Alexander set a 1:34.78. So 0.04 of a second separating these two drivers in terms of pace, and that is pretty astounding. Ross Alexander lining up around the outside of him, but we look at Jamie Ringer now, still holding off the advances of Zach Blackwell. Doing really well in that orange Cooper so far in this race, holding track position nicely, consistent with his timings. And if he can continue to piece all the pieces of this puzzle together well. Oh, I say that, he's running a bit wide then. The door was open all of a sudden for Zach Blackwell. We've gone back to the leaders there to check on Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander. They're both there, they're both fine. But let's find out what's happening in behind with Jamie Ringer and Zach Blackwell. They'll be heading around Tower Bend right now, and there is Zach Blackwell going through on the inside of Jamie Ringer, but Jamie Ringer might have pulled the switch back off, as he might have the lead going down into the Jim Clark S's. Let's watch them as they file through. He does. Jamie Ringer is retaking his position, and it means that Zach Blackwell just has to settle in behind for now. This is very close stuff, tantalisingly close stuff, and I'm sure it will be an intense race for the rest of the time as well, and that is a shame. Freya Belt, number 89, is off. It's parked safely, so racing can continue to resume. So great driving from her, all credit to her. But it's sad to see that she is out of this race already. Halfway gone, though. We rejoin with Jamie Ringer on our screen. Of course, the comments all in support of Jamie and Ross. And for anyone who is watching us with our coverage on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us today. Make sure you do leave a comment and interact with us. Myself and Ian do love hearing from you all throughout the course of the day. And why not put down there what your favourite race of the day has been? I'd be very intrigued to know. I know what my director's favourite race of the day has been so far, but I won't reveal that yet until the end. And as we watch, Jamie Ringer and Zach Blackwell still continue to go at it in those opening corners through Clairvaux, Hawthorne, and now Chicane. They were pretty much side by side, and they'll take the long uphill straights together, potentially with Blackwell having the advantage as he gets the slipstream effect, and Charlie Newton-Darby, because of the fighting, has been brought back into the equation, so it becomes a 3-horse race all of a sudden. And then Freddie Hewitt is going to have to start looking in his rear view mirror, because they're all lapping much quicker than him as well, and that's why they've caught him up considerably as they approach the Jim Clark S's. Running wide there, after trying to pull off the move is Zach Blackwell. Charlie Newton-Darby's going to capitalise and come down his inside as he rejoins the circuit, and it means that Jamie Ringer can breathe a sigh of relief, because his closest challenger has disappeared from view at the moment and slotted in behind Newton-Darby. So he'll be hoping that the number 12 can keep Zach Blackwell at bay, and Newton-Darby knows how dangerous he will be, so he's all of a sudden on the defensive, because he won't want to give up the position and championship points. And oh my goodness, Blackwell's already making a dive down the inside into that hairpin. Is he going to have track position onto the straight? No, he's had to settle for being behind Charlie Newton-Darby on pit straight as we head down to turn 1. And we watch the rest of the field fly down pit straight, clocking in at over 100 miles an hour pretty much every time as well. And here we are with the leaders, Berry and Ross Alexander once again. Less than a second still separating those two after 10 plus minutes of racing gone. It's fantastic to see just how close those two are. Shows you how skillful they are and just how close this championship is, from the top cars all the way down to the back of the pack. And there they go, heading into complex. Ross Alexander still waiting patiently for an opportunity to go past him, or perhaps he's just happy sitting in behind him. I know after the first race today he said to Ian that he's very much happy to sit and just watch the rear of Stephen Berry's car. It's a very nice rear of a vehicle, and it also means that he safely gets to the end of the race if he's still within eye shot of that car. Oh, and a back marker getting in the way of Alexander and Berry's tussle, but not for too long. Politely sliding to one side. It's the number 77 of Adrian Lingy. And there goes Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander once again through Tower Bend. And around and down towards the Jim Clark S's. It looks as though every time we approach this part of the track, Ross Alexander is getting closer and closer and closer, but whether he's close enough to make a move is yet to be seen. The Jamesy boy has said his favourite race so far was definitely the Scottish Cooper Club, but then again, being Scottish, he is slightly biased. Well, I'll let you have that though, Jamesy boy. We're all allowed to be biased sometimes. Ross is all over the back of Stephen Berry still. But, as one famous commentator said, it's one thing catching up to the car in front of you, it's an entirely different thing trying to pass them, and that's exactly the predicament that Ross Alexander finds himself in right now. He's got Stephen Berry in his sights, he's got the slipstream from Stephen Berry as well, but he hasn't been able to afford himself the opportunity to overtake Berry at any point so far in this race. And the sun is really shining here with us in Croft now. Fantastic to see that as the day has gone on, the weather has improved and the racing has just been allowed to get better and better as the day's proceedings has gone. And we're in the final 2 minutes of racing. I believe this will be the penultimate lap as we watch Ross Alexander make a move down the inside of Tower Bend. He dives inside Stephen Berry. Berry is thinking about the switchback, but slots in behind Ross Alexander. He probably knows this is the penultimate lap, so he's got one more lap of chances to reclaim first position. So he might just be happy to stay in behind for now. So it's smart racing from Stephen Berry, but good racing from Ross Alexander, and I know that would have gone down well with a lot of viewers at home, including Pit Lane Jamie, who's just said, come on Ross, this is perfect. And so far, indeed, it absolutely is perfect for Ross Alexander and his fantastic team. And there we go, coming around the hairpin again on this lap to take the timing beacon with 40 seconds left on the clock. This will be the last lap of the race, and Stephen Berry will have that playing in his mind. He's got one more lap of corners to try and make a move on Ross Alexander and reclaim the victory. Oh, but he's lost the back, something's locked up. Oh my goodness, Stephen Berry's flying off towards the barriers. He's in the gravel and he's beached it. What's just happened? Stephen Berry, he's driven a superb race, and on the penultimate lap he lost it on a brilliant move by Ross Alexander into the Tower Bend. And Ross Alexander probably can't believe what's just happened, because this would have been the point on the track that Stephen Berry would look to make the move on him. But instead of having Berry for company for the rest of the lap, he'll be flying solo out in front. And that's definitely some sort of mechanical failure, because the rear of Stephen Berry's car just seemed to lock up and sent the rear of the car sideways and sent him as a passenger into the gravel. It's great to see that he's out of the car quickly as well. He didn't connect with the barriers, so there shouldn't be too much damage to that car also. Look at him, he can't believe it. He can't believe what's just happened. And it's such a shame as well. He was running so well this weekend. And well, there you go, a completely unopposed Ross Alexander is coming around the hairpin for the final time in this race. Ross Alexander will take victory here in the second race of the weekend in this series. He's weaving for joy, weaving for victory, and taking that checkered flag. A stellar drive from him. And you've got to feel sorry for that man, Stephen Berry, who also drove superbly, but what great sportsmanship, clapping his fellow competitor. Such a shame that we didn't get to see him complete the rest of this race. I'm desperate to find out what happened to him in that car. But it does mean that Freddie Hewitt will take second in this race. Jamie Ringer claims the final podium place. Charlie Newton-Darby takes fourth. And it's going to be a race to the line by the looks of things to see who will be able to take fifth. Is going to go to the wire. It's almost a photo finish. So Charlie Newton-Darby is in fourth. Zach Blackwell was fifth. And Charles Heatley just didn't have him on the line. You can see there 18 hundredths of a second separating him from Zach Blackwell. Oh, Stephen, I feel so bad for you. That's an awful way for your race to end. An awful way for the day's racing to end for him. But as I say, desperate to find out what's happened to him and that Coupe Cooper. But there's your race winner, Ross Alexander. Fastest lap of the race for that man as well, 1:34.58. So he gets that accolade along with the victory. Let's take a look at the full finishing grid as well. Brilliant drive by number 320 Mini. There you have it, Ross Alexander is our winner. Freddie Hewitt just behind him in second. And Jamie Ringer takes the final overall podium position. But Plenty of class victories to talk about. Ross Alexander and Freddie Hewitt. Charlie Newton-Darby taking class victory as well. And it's a shame that Colin Wilmot wasn't able to do better in that race. He had started third overall in that number 70, but just slipped back, unfortunately, after a poor start. Whether it was traction, whether it was reactions, or whether it was mechanical uncertainty that saw him drop back, he wasn't able really to recover the pace that he had experienced previously as Ross Alexander files himself into the pit lane. And just looking back through the comments of it now, people going crazy for Ross and Jamie. Absolutely fantastic to see you cheering them on from wherever you've been watching around the world. Paul, we were robbed of a great last lap battle, but unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's the way the dice rolls. And unfortunately, that's motorsport. But what a great race it was, nonetheless. And let's head down to join Ian, who's in Parc Fermé, and let's find out more about the race from the driver's perspective.
That is motorsport, isn't it? This is why we love this. And of course, credit to Ross, because he actually did it on track. Stephen was going for it right at the end to try and get you back, Ross, but you had enough for him. He made the mistake. You were already in front, though. You'd done all the hard work anyway. But my word, have you boys put in a show for us today?
I have no words. He's made it so difficult for me. But we made some setup changes to the car. We were struggling quite a bit with understeer and the car not rotating, so the boys have been working hard throughout between sessions, and it clearly made a difference, and Stephen didn't make it easy. He was battling all the way to the end. I was trying to figure out where I was stronger than him. I made it work, I got him, and then, I mean, unfortunately, he's gone into the gravel. It would have been nice to finish side by side at the line. I hope he can get it fixed. We've got another race tomorrow, so there's plenty of time between now and then.
I think it's okay. I think you just beached it, that's all.
Yeah, as well. So, yeah, hopefully there's no damage, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Oh, God, we can't wait. We cannot wait. Well done, mate. Ross Alexander taking the outright win there as well. Here's Freddie Hewitt. Now, we spoke a little bit earlier. All he had to do was finish race one. Well, he did that in 5th place to wrap up the overall championship. He's finished 2nd here now. We can't confirm anything. It's all provisional, of course, but there we go, Freddie. Let you get your helmet off if we're unsure before. Surely, Freddie, surely that is job done. But a nice little break there to get 2nd in the end as well.
Yeah, quite a surprise when I saw Stephen off in the gravel trap on the last lap. But yeah, a great way to end the day. And
you were going along nicely anyway, but you did have quite a fast Jamie coming up behind you as well, didn't you?
Yeah, never underestimate Jamie. He's quick is the PG way of putting it. But yeah, he pushed me hard to the end.
He certainly did. I got a feeling as well in about 20 minutes we might have a little bit of champagne together as well. Congratulations, well done. Let's grab Jamie as well. We heard from him a little bit earlier as well. Jamie, you've put a show on there for Joe, haven't you?
Oh mate, yeah, it was hard work. It was hard work, but yeah, got in touching distance with Freddie, and then the safety zone slowed me down a bit, but
it did mean that, mind you, Stephen going off did put you up to 3rd outright though. So
yeah, that's right. You gain a little. But yeah, fantastic race. Had a great race with Zach. Me and Zach were on each other the whole time. But yeah, just glad the car's running. She's not overheating. It's yeah, mate, SRR, they've done wonders.
You've got more work to do, of course, tomorrow. But we're going to see you back next season, all right?
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. But my little boy Oakley wants to see Daddy race, so all right, Oaks.
There you go. You've got to be back. You've got to be back. Right.
Brother.
Well done, mate. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, top man. Right, so we'll just move around a little bit, shall we? Let's grab a quick word of somebody we haven't spoken to yet. We've got the 86 car of Maguire here. Let's just check in tyre pressure. I wonder what tyre pressures we go to. Can we have a quick look? So what sort of tyre pressures are we going to here?
Well, you try and get them to about 30s. But it's got hot today, so they've gone through the roof.
Have they?
Come off like a cliff edge.
What are yours at the minute? Let's,
about that.
About that. Okay, so we're all right. Thank you very much. You crack on. Let's keep moving ourselves down a little bit, shall we? And let's, because look, I love the livery here. We got the Union Jack livery here. Let's just jump over and have a quick chat. And how was that? That was everywhere looked hectic.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy. Yeah, I thought I had it well under control, but apparently not. We come across a back marker, and I got backed up into Neil, so yeah, we had a little kiss at the hairpin, which was nice. Thank you, Neil.
He's giving you a little kiss over there as well.
Yeah, and then he got in front. There was a yellow flag down here, and I had to let him go, and then managed to get him back. It was a bit of a frantic lap or so. It was a bit mad, but yeah, it was a good little battle.
Tell me about Croft. Where does it rank for you in all of the circuits you go to?
Croft's up there with the top ones, definitely. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Don't come here often enough, to be honest.
Yeah, I was saying that actually. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's an awesome circuit. I think the last time I came here was in 2020. It was in the Trophy and enjoyed it then, enjoying it today. Or this weekend. Cheers.
Thank you for talking to us, really appreciate it. Yeah, so let's have a quick chat then, shall we? Because you two have been dicing all day, haven't you?
Oh yeah. And he still got me back. I thought I had him there. I thought that was the last lap, but then last lap board came out and
you've got a nice chance tomorrow though, you guys, haven't you?
One last chance.
One last chance.
Yeah.
You're going to make it a big dance for us.
Yeah, I've been trying all year, so I'll try my best. Yeah, maybe he'll be a bit kinder, make some mistakes for me.
Have you enjoyed your year? What have you made?
Oh, brilliant, yeah. Love it in the Coopers. We love the minis, so yeah, really good.
Where does Croft rank for you in all of the circuits we're going to?
I used to dislike it because I used to break down on the way here, didn't even get here. But yeah, when you get a day like this, it's great. So yeah, one of the top two. This one and Donington, I think, are the favourites.
Top man. Thank you for talking to us. We'll see you tomorrow as well. I would love to be able to find Stephen Berry, but unfortunately, he did get out of the car a little bit earlier at turn 1. The only chance we might get him is if he actually walks past us here, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. It is motorsport. It does happen. We are waiting for the Formula Fords. In fact, I could just see the safety cars going, so I believe we might be about to get underway. In fact, the cars are on track now, so Formula Ford. Final race of the day here at Croft. Don't worry, we are back tomorrow. So I'm going to hand over to commentator James to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final race in today's proceedings, race number 8. It's the second Formula Ford race of the weekend, and it's their final race of the weekend as well. And this is how they line up for us. Lucas Romanek is on pole position, just behind him William Liston, Samuel Harrison in 3rd, James Clark 4th, Richard Frey 5th, Robert Wainwright 6th, Colin Williams 7th, Oliver Buckton 8th, Grace Parkington is 9th, John Hayes-Harlow is 10th, and on our second page, because we just can't fit him into one page on his own, is Ben Tilley. Now, a reminder, everyone, that this is their green flag lap that you can see going on. This is not them making their way round to the grid. Our director Simon was caught out with that last time, but it won't happen again, I can assure you. We're ready for them. We are ready for another brilliant race with these Formula Fords, because that's exactly what they provided in the first race. And I can't wait to see it continue here. I mean, what better way to round off the day of racing here at Croft Circuit than with these fantastic bits of kit. Beautiful pieces of machinery, so much exposed mechanics to watch and see it work as they make their way around the circuit. You won't get that at many other places around the world, but you do get it here in the UK, and that's why it's such a treat. Well, and here they go, taking their places on the grid, the 11 competitors, ready and raring to go. A reminder, Lucas Romanek will be on the left-hand side of your screen on pole position. Liston just behind him in 2nd. Samuel Harrison 3rd and James Clark 4th. He got a time penalty earlier, 5-second time penalty. He is going to line up in 4th rather than 3rd. You can see there, he's definitely got track position to make an advancement, and Samuel Harrison's not going to take part. He's wheeling his car off the circuit, back into the pits. Something's definitely gone wrong there, unfortunately, so we won't see his number 8 feature, which is a real shame because he was part of some great action in that first round of racing that did involve Ben Tilley, and it's nice to see that Tilley is taking part in this race as well, because he obviously went straight on at a turn that they should have both gone right through. So it'll be interesting to see if they bump everyone up a position, but actually probably not, because that means they would bump them from 5th into 3rd, and James Clark would feel very hard done by, as if he didn't feel hard done by enough after that time penalty from the first race. Well, there we go. The marshals have left the grid. We are ready to go racing here at Croft. The 5-second board is out. It's gone. Here we go. We are racing. Fantastic start from Romanek, but he has got Liston right alongside him for company as they head down into turn 1. Fantastic angle as we see James Clark come under attack by Richard Frey. Brilliant start as well from Ben Tilley, it must be said, also in the number 48, right at the back of the grid, making advancements already, throwing himself right into the mix from the get-go as they file their way through Clervaux, round Hawthorne and towards the chicane for the first time in this race. And they trail through Romanek, Liston, Clark, Frey, Wainwright, Williams. How are they going to get round Tower Bend? That's what we want to know. They get round it cleanly. A little bit of a look in potentially from William Liston already in these early stages on Lucas Romanek. But it's keeping him at bay for now. Just look at the speed that they can carry through the Jim Clark S's. It's fantastic to watch. And then they go through Sunny in and then towards Sunny out. There is Ben Tilley's already made up 3 positions so far in this race. So he's up into 8th position, having started 11th. It's quick maths from me there. But here we go with Romanek, finishing off the complex section of the circuit. And he's still got William Liston hot on his tail. And Clark keeping Liston honest, keeping him company. And they file through for the first time, taking the timing beacon. 1:34 was that last lap altogether behind our race leader Romanek. There's about 5 seconds separating the top of the grid to 8th position. And Tilley has made his way all the way up into 6th now from starting 11th. So brilliant racing so far from Ben Tilley. Big lock up there by William Liston, heading around into Tower Bend. He's really inviting James Clark to have a go on him as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. Here we go, let's watch them try and negotiate this together, hot on each other's heels. Brilliant driving, you can see Tilley as well, already looking for an overtake through the Jim Clark S's as well. It's going to be an aggressive race from the number 48, that's for sure. And you can see Lucas Romanek is assuming his Max Verstappen-esque style racing. He's built up a lead already. He's settling into his smooth driving. He's settling into the fast laps that he knows he can consistently post. And I don't think he's going to be worried about the battle between Liston and Clark taking place just behind him. Because we'll soon see as he takes the timing beacon on the pit straight that he's probably built up about a second's lead on only the 2nd lap of the race. Well, here they go through the timing beacon. It's a 1.5 second lead in the race, and he's faster by nearly 0.5 of a second. 0.5 second, sorry, 0.4 faster on that last lap. Once again, a stellar display from Lucas Romanek. He's just set a 1:28.8 on that last lap. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from him out front. A little bit wide there by William Liston. Again, obviously feeling the pressure of James Clark in behind him. And Clark is pretty much attached to the rear of Liston's car as they head down towards Sunny Inn. Is Liston carrying a bit too much speed under pressure from James Clark? He's keeping that nice and tidy. Those cars are very difficult to manoeuvre through the best of corners at the best of times. And I got told by someone I used to know who raced in Formula Ford car, he was like, the faster I actually carry it through the corner, the easier it is to send it through. So maybe that's the tactic that Liston was trying to adopt there. The faster he sends it through that corner, the better it might grip onto this circuit. But just look at how close James Clark is. It's brilliant stuff from the bright blue number 77. And the gap now between Romanek and Liston is over 2 seconds. And the pace between the two of them now is actually about 2 seconds as well, because his last lap was a record 1:28.7, and Liston's was a 1:29.6. So that's a look into the pace difference between Romanek out front on his own and William Liston in second place. There we go, Romanek disappearing off into the distance. A big question by my director, why I'm comparing him to Max Verstappen, because he's not actually winning like that this year. He was last year. I'll make that as the case. That's why I'm comparing him. Oh, a lock up on the rear of James Clark. He's managed to keep that in check. We saw the little puff of white cloud coming off the rear right tyre. But he kept it in check, he kept his cool, and he keeps himself right on the back of William Liston. Goodness me, this is brilliant to watch. It's the final 10 minutes of racing now here at Croft on this Saturday, the 7th of September 2024. And as we take the timing beacon once again, it's quite easy to see the pace difference between Romanek and the rest of the field. He's got a 3.2 second lead now, and he was 2 seconds quicker almost on that last lap alone. So that's why he's seemingly disappearing off into the distance ahead of these two that we're following very closely, because we know how close the racing is between Clark and Liston. And James Clark almost looking for a move to be done on the inside there around Tower Bend. But deciding against it, deciding instead to just slot in behind heading through the Jim Clark S's. Doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself. Probably realises there's about 8 minutes left of racing. Plenty of laps to capitalise on for the rest of this race. You can see on that last lap as well that Tilley lost a position. So the charge from Ben Tilley has seemingly come to an end. The number 48 seemingly settling in just behind Robert Wainwright now. And we're still with Liston and Clark as they continue to go at each other. There's Lucas Romanek taking the timing beacon. There's the illustration of just how big his lead is right now. It's up to 4.3 seconds, so he's gained 1.1 seconds on that last lap. And he set another fastest lap of the race, a 1:28.5 on this occasion, compared to the 1:29.6 that was set on that last lap by William Liston. And you have got to start wondering how long James Clark is going to sit back and wait for. Has he got a little stopwatch in his car that he knows he's got 7 minutes left of? Well, he's forcing William Liston to take a defensive line, and he's locked his right front, and he almost got a bit too sideways for liking there as well, heading through Tower Bend. And the door potentially open heading through the Jim Clark S's, but again, he thinks better of it. Instead slots in behind, but now we know to look out for that Tower Bend turn on the next lap, because that's probably where he's going to try and make his move. For now, though, they'll head into Sunny Inn. And Liston gets very sideways, trying to carry a lot of speed through that turn. And they fly through Sunny out together down towards Complex. But when there is a car that is off, it is Ben Tilley's car that's off, parked at the side of the circuit. Clearly there is a problem with his machine that he hasn't fixed from earlier. That's a real shame, because he started off this race just so strong and really determined to make amends for earlier. And that's exactly what he was doing initially, but the machinery has let him down at the end of the day, sadly. So he will play no further part in this race. But for now, it means that we can rejoin the battle between Liston and Clark. And my goodness, Those two boys are really fighting each other. Here we go. We've got the view from Tower Bend now. Clark towards the inside. He's getting a bit wobbly, a little lock up there. He's going to try the switchback move to cut in on the inside of Liston, but he doesn't have the speed or track position that he would have wanted to make the move stick. So again, for now, we'll proceed through the S's with William Liston still in front of James Clark, but James Clark still hot on the heels. Lucas Romanek disappearing from the bottom of your screen there, and oh, James Clark looking down the inside of William Liston in that first part of the complex section of the circuit. He might even have the switchback advantage on the hairpin, but he took a bit too much grass there, unfortunately, so we'll lose a bit of speed, and he'll have to settle in behind Liston for yet another section of the track, another straight, potentially another whole lap. We'll have to see how this one unfolds in front of us. And we've not mentioned them in this race, James Clark and Richard Frey, just knuckling down into those 3rd and 4th slots respectively. Or 4th and 5th slots, I should say, respectively. But there we go, James Clark all over the back of William Liston, and he has got the outside line if he wants to use it going around Tower Bend. Is he going to make the move stick? We'll have to try and rejoin them in just a second to see what exactly happened between the two gentlemen. That's a lovely shot of Richard Frey, but what's going on between Liston and Clark up front? Liston is still somehow ahead with Clark all over him through that last passage of the track. This is where the entertainment is coming from right now in this race, and I can't take my eyes off it for a second, because if I do, I suddenly see, I blink and I just see James Clark in a different position trying to attack William Liston. He's trying everything. He's tried the inside lines, the outside lines, out-braking. He just can't seem to find a way past. And he's lapping 0.2 quicker pace-wise at the moment than William Liston is James Clark. But again, lapping 0.2 quicker, but can't find a place to pass. And that is the thing that's holding him back right now, not his outright pace by any means. They've gone through Clervaux and Hawthorne, and they'll now head up through the chicane and onto the straight. We'll see them emerge over that crest in just a second, and they do. Liston still ahead. Let's join them now at Tower Bend. There goes Liston taking the inside defensive line, showing James Clark that he's got to go the long way around on the outside if he wants to take the position. Clark thinks better of it and instead backs off and slips in behind him for the Jim Clark S's, or does he? He's still looking for that inside advantage, but no, he does concede the position and says, I'm going to have to slip in behind you still for now. Going through Sunny Out, those cars are still neck and neck with each other. Now, depending on where Lucas Romanek is in terms of the racing, we could end up with 2 more laps after this one. He's just taken the timing beacon with 1:30 left, and he's lapping at about 1:30 in terms of pace. So we'll wait and find out whether this is the penultimate lap or the one that these two are about to begin is the penultimate lap. As they head past a fantastic view there. Going into turn 1, it looks as though James Clark might make the move down the inside as they go into turn 1. Negotiating Clervaux together and Hawthorne. Nice, tidy racing between the two competitors. But Liston has run really wide there, heading towards the chicane, and he's got to go off the track completely. James Clark has taken 2nd place. He's been biding his time for what feels like years now in terms of the overall race. And he has slotted through into 2nd position. Brilliant stuff from Clark. Fantastic racing by the two drivers. And very smart choice from William Liston to choose not the collision, but to choose taking the side road and rejoining the race in behind the number 77. But no doubt he will try again to retake the 2nd place that he just lost. My goodness, What a race this is. Larry's asking if they're on slicks or road tyres. I will say that I wouldn't put these tyres on my car out of choice. As you can see, they're quite the skinny car. They are all-weather tyres, though. You can see the grooves in them. So I hope that answers your question, Larry. Thank you for tuning in for so much of today as well, Larry. We all appreciate it. We appreciate everyone who's tuning in for this race. David's asking if this is the hero of Formula Ford racing. I mean, this seems like the hero of racing full stop, this Formula Ford racing that we've been treated to this weekend, because it is just entertainment from start to finish. Now the clock has expired and Lucas Romanek is heading round Tower Bend now on his own, miles away from everyone else. So we'll stick with him as he heads through the Jim Clark S's. Still very much on his own, away from the others. James Clark leading William Liston through the Jim Clark S's now. Liston seemingly has lost out on making another challenge on Clark to take second place from him in the remainder of this race. And through sunny outs, Lucas Romanek goes down towards the complex section of the circuit, past the little steward's shed at the side of the track, and for the final time this weekend shows us just how commanding and how talented a driver he is. He comes round the hairpin for the final time. Lucas Romanek will take the checkered flag, leading the way in this Formula Ford race, the final Formula Ford race of the weekend, and he claims top spot and the top position with the checkered flag. What a race from the driver out front, a commanding victory overall. And James Clark takes second place, redemption for earlier on for that penalty impacted race finish earlier today. William Liston concedes and settles for third place behind him as well. A solid drive from Richard Frey as well, finishing fourth overall, third in class. You can see that on your screen. And Robert Wainwright and the fellow red racer, Rory the racing car-esque vehicles, finish side by side with each other on the timing sheet. And we wait for the other cars to finish off, but let's take a look at the official confirmation on how things finish here today for Formula Ford racing at Croft Circuit. Lucas Romanek got the fastest lap of the race with a 1:28.3. That was achieved on the penultimate lap of the race. You can see how he took it nice and easy on that final lap, not wanting to elongate this race too unnecessarily. James Clark and William Liston, really the treats, the cherry on top of the icing of the cake that has been the Formula Ford race today. They really treated us in those final exchanges. James Clark with a really brave move going through the chicane after Hawthorne in the first part of the circuit, and William Liston had no other option but to go off the road, rejoin safely, because there just wasn't any room for him to muscle his way past. And what a way for us to end the Saturday of racing here at Croft. And I hope everyone else has enjoyed the racing alongside us. I know I have, and I'm pretty sure our camera operators and our director Simon has too. He'll tell you that he enjoyed the sandwich buffet most, but I know that's a lie. I know that he's really enjoyed all the racing here today, and I have as well, because that has been brilliant. A great way to end the Saturday of racing here at Croft Circuit on Mini Festival weekend. A reminder as well, before we head to Ian, that there are 6 races in total tomorrow, so don't miss out on that. But for now, we're going to head down to Ian in Parc Fermé at the end of what was a brilliant final Formula Ford race of the weekend. Ian, let's hear about it from the drivers.
Well, welcome for the final time today to Parc Fermé, and it's been a perfect day, hasn't it, for Lucas as well? Although James will be very happy this time as well. There we go, no penalties for him this time. Let's grab a quick chat with Lucas, shall we, and congratulate him on what has been a perfect day for you, Lucas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's started off not the best in practice, but after that, yeah, really smooth sailing, really.
Again, you got out in the lead and never really looked like looking back from there, did you?
No, not really. Just keeping our head down and kept pushing and ended up getting the win. So.
Top man, congratulations. Well done indeed. Will's here as well. We'll grab a quick chat with Will as he's very conveniently taken his helmet off already. Will, you said the race earlier was you had so much fun out there. Was this one as equally exciting for you?
It was equally as exciting. You know, it's never fun to go back a spot, but yeah, it was still a good battle. It was still really enjoyable. Yeah. The car was brilliant. The driver wasn't.
What are these
really,
like to drive? Because they are absolutely unbelievable.
They're flat out. You're just on the limit. There's a fine line between in control and out of control, and you've got to find it, and you've just got to sit there.
Can I ask you a question? You've got corner one here, then you've got a little, almost little chicane bit there on the right, and then you've got another little bit over here. Yeah. Are you flat through there?
Yes.
Yeah. Foot to the floor. Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Look, thank you so much for talking to us. Enjoy, well, you're not here tomorrow anyway, but enjoy the night, won't you? Grab James for a quick chat as well. James, that's more like it, isn't it, mate? Come on.
Yeah, it's a bit better. Yeah, no penalties this time.
You've got a big smile on your face, that's all right.
Yeah, it was another good race, so good race as well.
Nice stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good to get. It's always good when, especially if you've been had in the first race, to get them in the second race. So that was a bit of fun. But no, it was good. You know, fortunately, can give Lucas a bit more of a run. So hopefully next year we can make it a bit more interesting for him. Don't want that every weekend. But
and you guys will be back next year because obviously 2024 the first year for this. But we want to see you back.
I want to be back. It's difficult. Got a lot of stuff to do with you know. Houses to buy and that sort of thing, so I've got to grow up at some point. I've lived the dream since I was about 8 years old, so I've got to try and I've got a job and I've got some responsibilities now. So life permitting, I want to be out. So yeah, and I think hopefully the introduction of the Toyo tyres should help that because they seem to be really good. So, but yeah, I've had it's been such a great year with them. You know, thanks to Ian Temple, Richard Tarlin, and Steve Eakes putting it on. Enigma Motorsport have done an amazing job all year. We've been quick at every round, so that's a great job by Linton and the team. And yeah, it's been great fun. So had all the family and friends along, so great for everyone.
Well done, congratulations. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Now, just before we go, do stay with us live a little bit. There's no more racing action today. That does round out the action. But I'm a bit thirsty here, and we have provisionally crowned our first champion today as well. Freddie Hewitt outright, of course. Freddie, congratulations. It's been some day for you. Provisional. We're not allowed to actually say officially yet, are we? But we've got a little bit of champagne on the go here. Oh, this is for me. Yeah. What a shock. Unbelievable. Well, do you want to crack the champers?
I can't get any on me because...
No, don't get any on me either, because I've got to work as well.
So just pour it and have a...
Let's just pour it. Have a little glass. Congratulations. Freddie, it's been some season for you, hasn't it?
It has. Last year we had a really difficult year, and this year was about sort of righting them wrongs, and we did that. We've had problems throughout the year, but we've just stayed consistent, kept winning. We've won at every round, so it's just been a great weekend, great season. Sorry.
It's been a real pleasure to see your progression as well, because I remember first interviewing you in a Ford KA all those years ago, and you looked about 12 then. You've grown up a bit since, so you still look very young, of course, but. Tell us about your journey. It's been pretty special.
It's crazy to think that I jumped in a car at 16 at Snetterton, and to be here today. It's been a long journey. It's had its ups, its downs. You've met people along the way. You met people you don't need to necessarily meet again, and you've met people that will stay with you forever. And that's the joys of motorsport, I think. And you really do meet your own special family out here. It's great.
Fantastic. Come on, Freddie, let's pop the champers. You are old enough, aren't you, to be...
Yeah.
You are.
I'm 21 now.
It's 21, there you go. So he's definitely old enough. Here we go, popping the champagne. Freddie Hewitt.
I think Dad shook it before, so I'm not...
Did he? Okay, not hey. Go on then, there you go, pop some in there, look. This can be yours.
Are you allowed to drink on the job? Or?
Yeah, well, I'm sort of finished now as well,
okay.
So, you know, there you go, look at that. Jolly good. Well, there you go.
I'm not a bartender.
We are back tomorrow. Cheers.
Cheers.
There is more racing action tomorrow, but I'm not doing anything right now. That's it from me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, so much more coming up tomorrow. In fact, don't forget, we have our manpower versus horsepower challenge as well. You're not going to want to miss any of that. We are live tomorrow from about 11:30 or so. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Freddie, congratulations. And for one final, so yeah, James, over to you.
Cheers.
Oh, Ian, I'm incredibly disappointed you didn't down that in one, to be perfectly frank. Well, I guess someone's got to be the sensible one at the end of the day, haven't they? Well, all that's left to do is just to thank everyone for tuning into this live stream today. Thank you so much for joining us on day one of this mini festival live from Croft Circuit this weekend. It's been a brilliant day of racing. Big thank you to Simon, our director, and all of our camera operators at the circuit. A big thank you to Ian as well for all of his work up and down the paddock throughout today. It's been brilliant to have him take you through it all, and it's been brilliant to take you through the journey of all the races that have been here today at Croft Circuit. And all that's left for me to do is to remind you that tomorrow we have plenty more racing action coming your way. 6 races in total tomorrow, starting off at about midday, so coverage should come before then ever so slightly. But please make sure you join us for that tomorrow on Sunday the 8th of September for plenty more racing action. But for now, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.